Welcome to the puzzle stream. Let's play some puzzles. We haven't said that in a while. I think the last time we ran a dedicated puzzle stream was back in May, just prior to the release of Tears of the Kingdom, which consumed this stream for several months. And we have a couple of items of unfinished business to attend to. We had a really bad puzzle stream back in May where I think I solved 1 out of 4 or something on that particular session. We recently returned to one of them by Grakowski and solved that. We're going to return to another one today by Itchy Knee, which is Proximity Puzzle from a little over a year ago. This one we stared at for about an hour or so, and it clearly involves some kind of trick or knowledge check that we couldn't quite figure out at the time. Thinking back to it now, I think I might have an idea for it, so let's try it out. Convince the introverted coin to come out to play using a powerful message. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 1 coin. Okay, so it's been a while. We stared at this for ages last time because there seemed to be a certain priority to things we couldn't quite sort out. The idea is, well, first of all, the only first move that is valid is hitting the P. There's nothing else you can do in the level. The P releases the POW. He also releases a second coin here. Now you would think you whack this with a POW and drop it, but here's the problem if you drop the other coin. If you drop the coin that's situated here by the axe, what happens is that while the P state is on, there's a blaster that is supposed to be knocked out by the coin. So it does mean that you cannot drop this coin because you have to leave it in place until you have a way to eliminate the blaster. So anyway, this is not completable at this point because the coin is dead. Also, I think collecting the coins that launch from the blaster isn't going to be useful at all. Don't think there's really anything you can do with that. So yeah, if you go through the P door with the P state still active, then what happens is that this gets knocked out. Now, I think we tested a number of things last time. Also, because both of the coin blocks are still active, at this point it's not a losing state just yet. But one thing that's important to clarify is that if the coin is buried underneath the blaster, it still goes down because it's just in the background, it's hidden, but it's still active. And so the POW still manages to lower it. So we stared at this for a while, and then when I was kind of looking over what I had done already with this puzzle, there was one thing that we didn't really attend to at all, which is that, well, let's watch this very carefully. It's a proximity puzzle. It's something to be done by proximity. It isn't some kind of remote activation with a POW because there's nowhere to really do that. There's nothing that would blow up the POW without Mario making contact, which is when the POW usually has a limited reach of, I think, a 20 tile radius or something, rather than something that covers the entire screen. That's something we've used with a couple of solutions in the past, but it won't be used with this one. The other thing is that I don't think if you go through the P door here, that this gives you any particular advantage, because it just leads you back to the same state that you had before after one cycle to lower the POW. One other thing you'll notice is that you throw the POW off screen, no activation, and it does respawn gracefully. But there's one thing that I didn't really take advantage of, which is, suppose we, well, first of all, let's hit the P. Hit the P. Now let's watch this. Notice how there's a significant delay between the drop of this coin and the drop of this coin. That the POW when it lowers coins, it doesn't do it with an instant screen clear where every coin drops at once. There is a bit of a delay where it seems like the POW effect radiates from the source. And you can see that because we threw it on the right side, it lowered this first, then it lowered the other one. And I think what should happen is that if we toss a POW over here, while the P-switch is active, you would be able to see that the left coin drops first marginally, not by enough to matter here, unfortunately. So this led me to think that we might actually have a solution that actually renders most of this material irrelevant, kind of like a red herring. I don't know exactly what was being prevented by this whole looping structure here, or rather the ability to bounce up from the note block. That's something that I never figured out. That's something we looked at for a while, but I think the note block is mostly there just for the ending sequence, where if you hit the axe, you would run over and it would just bounce you over to the door. And I think that it's not really part of the solution. Whoops. That was a mistake. What we want to do is we want to make use of the property that the POW doesn't actually lower all of the coins simultaneously. Which tells me that we should check one more thing, which is that what happens if the POW effect is still radiating at the time that you hit the P-switch? So let's say we fire the POW first, then hit the P-switch, then do the coins lower. Let's try it. And as you can see, they do. Which tells me that the POW effect is something that happens gradually over however many frames. And we should actually watch the timing on it. Let's lower it first. We actually had to blow one attempt just to watch the timing, because I think we have to basically launch the POW, then hit the P-switch after the POW's radiating effect is already past this point, but not yet at this point. Now, I don't think we can do it at the bottom right, in spite of the fact that this would technically kind of give you more distance if it is something radial that's going out in a circle, which I suspect it might be. What we want to do is we want to see what the delay is from the POW to the second coin. And in order to do that, I'm going to hit the P-switch first, and I'm going to launch this at 440 on the dot. It's about a half-second difference. So basically, if we... yeah, it's about a 1 second difference from the POW on the right side of the screen to the coin on the left side of the screen. Which tells me that we need about 3/4 of a second to elapse on the clock. And let's see here. Three-quarters of a second from the activation. It needs to precede the activation of the P, basically. Like we throw the POW, then about 3/4 of a second in, we hit the P. And if we do it with the correct timing, this block will turn into a coin after the POW effect has already passed it. And this block will still turn into a coin and drop. So we need to be fairly precise here. I'm going to wait for it to say 450, then we give it about 3/4 of a second. Try to do it with correct timing. And that's correct, that's correct. Now let's go for that coin. And we do have time to pick it up before it blinks away. Now this should actually be a win. And it is. So yeah, we spent about an hour staring at that, thinking that I had no valid moves, and it was actually just a very simple observation. It's funny because of a lot of the nooks and crannies that are placed in such a way that they encourage you to try throwing the POW in various locations. You know, like that slot on the left side. Basically to try to encourage the player to eventually notice that this effect is something that can be exploited. So there were basically two knowledge checks in a way there. One is that throwing the POW first and then hitting the P is still able to activate the coin drop because of the delay in the POW's radial effect. And secondly, that there is a radial effect, that you have this delay from one side of the screen to the other. So it took me a while to notice that, but once we did, we exploited it, and there we go, that's the clear. Let's do something newer by Itchy Knee. Because we are quite a ways behind, we haven't really played many puzzles, really, this year. And this is kind of curious. There's a Pesky Weed Retribution puzzle from about a month ago, followed by a Grak Cut, which I suppose is an enhanced edition that was built for Grakowski's stream. And because Grakowski does still run puzzle sessions fairly regularly, as far as I know. So here's the Pesky Weed Retribution puzzle. We'll do this version first, and then see if there's a change that makes it harder, or merely de-cheeses something, or something else has been modified in the interim. So we'll do this set, and we'll see how long it takes. The wind blows fiercely through the green blades as the evil herb hangs on. So possibly we have to deal with the wind effect, but we'll see how it goes. Pesky Weed Retribution puzzle. Okay, so notice what. Hang on, let's read this opening effect again, because there was something falling in the middle. It's just the burner that's falling off that location. I don't know what that's doing currently. Yes, it's actually offsetting the spring. I think that's the only thing that it's doing. Let's watch the offset carefully. My game audio is funky. Thanks for letting me know when it came in. I will fix it. Let's give it a fix quickly. I don't know how long this has been going on, as we were busy talking through the previous puzzle. We made a couple of changes to the setup here when it comes to the network, so there might be a few glitches to take care of. But we'll get that in order right away. And hopefully it will work. Let me just test the synchronization quickly. That isn't too far off, I hope. Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, we have a couple of issues here, actually. Well, that's okay. We'll do another reset if it comes to that. I think we have some cabling issues or something, because my local display has actually gone a little bit off as well. That's okay. We'll live with it. Actually, no, let's fix it. It sounds good right now, but what you're not seeing is that on my local display, I'm having some issues with the connection to my monitor for some reason, so let's just try to fix it again. And see if it does any better. Yeah, I had some connection issues with my capture card right before I started the stream today too, so we have some funny business going on here. And I'll have to sort that out. Just give me one moment. It might take more than a minute. Okay, hopefully that sounds and looks fine. I think it should be fixed. But we shall see. Let me know if there's any other issues. Alright, so we have, let me just show this off once again now that we don't have to be distracted by the audio. We have the burner coming down, and all it's doing is it's doing a slight offset on the trampoline. That is the sideways one right there. That's interesting. I think it's fairly clear to me that eventually we'll need to fire something through here to grab this pink coin, and in order to do that, we need to create surfaces that will allow me to re-enter this over to one-way panels, such that if we have some objects here that we can run over, or if we are tall, that's another possible solution. If we're tall by way of having a fire flower, for instance, then we'd be able to jump over here to the left, and then possibly toss an object down there. Now, we don't know yet what the purpose of the offset is, but it may be something that is necessary to get something like the beetle here to... Oh no, this is actually just a shell dispenser. I don't think there's any way to blow up the ice around it, so we'll probably want to pick it up. There's going to be a certain power-up item order that's going on here. We know that there's going to be an on-off switch toggle, for instance, prior to grabbing the fire flower. We know that the ultimate object is to get the key, and that, you know, this being called Pesky Weak Retribution Puzzle, I would strongly suspect it's actually the plant that's holding the key. But if it is the plant that's holding the key, why are we not able to just bop it? I feel like it's not going to be that simple. Because if you bop it, you don't actually kill it, you just bounce it. Okay, that makes sense. But it does mean potentially that if we hit this on-off switch here, notice that if we're tall, we can't hit this on-off switch a second time. That's a very important observation. Because basically we can't grab the fire flower and come back here and hit this. Which we would need to do if we want access to this guy. However, if he's clinging on in this position, then how come I can't just kill him with the blue switch to begin with? Let's see that. Or does it just change the positioning because of the way... Nope. And, well, I at least we've confirmed that he does not hold the key. That's important to know. The snowball is also likely to be something very important. And possibly there's a way to push the flower with an object drop as well. I feel like this slope here strongly implies something like that. Yeah, because notice the issue here now is that we can't actually... Oh, no, I'm thinking about holding a key and the pink coins are just staring me in the face. The key is actually just the pink coins. It's nothing more than that. Notice how you would have to hit a P-switch in order to loop over here. P-switch will also close up that row. Okay, no, I was thinking about this completely the wrong way because we've been away from puzzles for long enough that I wasn't really thinking in terms of, you know, pink coins equal key, which is the obvious thing. Snowball looks like it's going to be the thing that is going to grab this pink coin over here, so that's something we'll account for. Basically, we need to come up here with the fire flower. I think that's going to be a matter of having the P-switch be activated somehow, looping back around here, and then... Well, we'll try to piece together what we can, just a little bit at a time. The plant, if it's not holding the key, is mostly just a bit of a gating mechanism. I don't know what we would want to use it for, then. Because what purpose is there for it, if we can just do this? Well, first of all, reactivating the on-off switch is going to be a priority for us here, in terms of figuring out how we're going to do that. I think what's likely to be the case is that we have to push the flower out of here, such that we can reactivate the on-off switch, and then grab the flower on the outside, so it's not trapped in the slot over here. That implies to me that we need some kind of held object that would be able to do the push. Not totally convinced a snowball will be it, and it isn't. It's going to be something like the P or the POW. However, notice that if we are small, we could grab the P switch and potentially use that as the pushing mechanism once we come through here. I don't get the purpose of the plant just yet, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. Because, if I'm correct... Oh, nope, we don't want to do that. If I'm correct, we just need to dislodge the flower by enough that it's something that we're able to pick up on this side. This here is interesting. I feel like it implies to me that we're going to be using something like that to do a POW deflection, perhaps. And it's possible that it's displaced like this because that's what's necessary to bounce an object into the slot. For example, having a POW here, such that a snowball throw is able to go through the coin and then hit a POW. And what we would use that for, I'm not sure yet. Probably the coin drop, actually. It's probably going to be dropping the ice coins, but we don't know that for a fact. But a couple of clues to piece together. Now, I don't know if... Well, yeah, we would need a couple of objects here to be able to run all the way back to the other side, or we can be tall. Let's try this with a fire flower, actually, just to see. We're just going to do some initial testing just to see what is possible so far with what we have. And if we accidentally pick up the flower, well, that's okay. We'll deal that as we go. As long as we don't stand too close, perhaps we won't have to deal with the deflection so much. Okay, that looks like it's something that we might be able to pick up on top. Let's test it. I'm going to test it like this. At this point, I don't think we need any additional on-off activations, but... Oh, I could be mistaken. Okay. Possibly we drop the flower and just nudge it up the slope slightly more. And... the other thing we could do, incidentally, is... no, we need Fire Flower in order to get to POW, otherwise the thing I was thinking was using a POW, and then a POW hit would actually potentially do some work here, too. Okay, that looks like it's a slightly better hitbox. That looks like it's a lot better. Okay. Let's try it again. Then we'll go back. Nope, not quite. Because I was thinking that, you know, if we have something that would hit underneath the flower and raise it, that would be how to do it. Possibly we just need to do a tiny bit more pushing. It looks like it's kind of nudged up against the wall already, but the P placement is... that surely would make it. Yeah. That's got to be it. Yeah, so it'll eventually be a snowball throw down here, and also... the important thing is that there will be a second P-switch activation at some point. That's important, because being able to activate a P-switch is what gets you over to the coin to the top left, which means that there might be a bit of an ordering issue here because we would need to hit the on-off again. However, we would be able to potentially take damage from something like the Pokey after we have done what we need with the Fire Flower. The only things we need with the Fire Flower are going through to the left, which we can still do in the Super Mushroom form as well, and taking out everything to the left up here. So let's grab the flower first in the on state before we do too much theory. We don't know what the plant is doing for me yet, nor do we know what the shell is doing. This is all rather important to determine. I see. Yes, this is... ah, I see. I see. I feel like what we would have to do here is we release all this, we leave the POW here, then we have to become small before we come back to get the POW. Which is okay, we can do that. That's... You'd recommend the other version for less design noise. I was planning to do both, actually. I just thought that in case the other one was a hard mode revision or a D-cheese or something, that I would do this one first. We're going to look at both. I'm sure if I solve one, then the other will present itself. And yeah, Luca, prior to this one, we did finally go back to the proximity puzzle and solve it as well. After putting it off since May. Back when I was staring at it for an hour. But anyway, we have a couple of things sorted out here. We know how to get the flower. We don't know what the shell is for yet. We don't know what the plant is for yet either. This should be no space. This will do. Here's the thing, is that we know that we need the snowball to hit this coin. But in order to get the snowball, we have to kill the Pokey. And when we kill the Pokey, then we don't really have a good self-damage option. And if we don't have a good self-damage option, then we don't really have a way to get into the little bit here with the POW. However, we don't even know if we need the POW at this point, actually. If we don't need to use the POW, then we don't get stuck, right? So let's just take this out first of all. I actually wonder... Yeah. Do I have enough room to run? I could always try to do a squish with the POW, maybe? Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Ah, the POW drop actually allows me to come over here. We don't actually need to use the POW for a hit. We just needed to use the POW grab to give myself the overlap to run back out. I don't think we need the POW hit. I don't see why that would be useful at any point, so... At this point, then, we have what we need with the flower. Now, the thing about the shell is that it allows me to take an additional point of damage while short, which might be what is important here. We know we need to be small in order to get to the P again, but we know that we need to be big in order to get through here. Possibly... Yeah, we need to be big to get through here. Just thinking about whether there's maybe some kind of other remote mechanism we can use here to get the coin, because the only thing I can think right now is a snowball. And we'll see how that goes. As P-switch gives me the top left. Interestingly enough, I don't know if the coin... I don't know if the brick under the Pokey would just drop it. Because if we drop it... I actually don't know if it turns into a coin or if it's going to be a hard block. And we should determine that, because... Oh yeah, we actually can't get across here while big, can we? That's another complication I hadn't foreseen. That's, yes, I see. Without the plant here, we can't actually get through. I see. I haven't thought about that. Although, we can run like this. And then... Yeah, we'll need to be small again. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to hit that. I was trying to see if this was a coin, so we could just drop the Pokey and make it run. And then we can come across here with the P-switch active. And then the Pokey would still be alive. That's okay, we'll experiment a little bit. Mang, welcome. Yeah, because ultimately I need to be tall. I don't think we have sufficient objects to get through here, even if we used POW NP or something. So I think I do need to be tall here with a snowball in tow. But anyway, we figured out a couple things with how to get across here with the fire flower intact. Like I said, one thing I do want to test quickly is whether we can just drop the Pokey, so we'll just test it. Oh, it needs to step over that, of course. But yeah, it's going to turn into a coin, so we can drop it. We are totally able to do that. And then we just mill about this area to the left until we decide to kill it. So that's probably going to be relevant when we want to hit the P-switch, because then we can go over The issue, of course, is that the Poke will potentially obstruct... No, because it can always walk across. And yeah, we'll be fine. We just need to drop the Poke, actually. So a lot of the order is still going to remain the same. The main issue I'm thinking about here is some of the switching that has to occur. I think we actually want to get the P-switch out before we grab the Fire Flower and toggle again, but we'll determine that. Let's grab the P-switch first. We have to do a couple of toggles while small, and then after that we just ignore the on-off switch as best as we can. Actually, no, you have to get the flower first before you can reobtain the P. But that's okay, because if we're in the on state, we can hit this again with the flower. And yeah, we'd eventually have to lose the flower, though, in order to get back to the on. Well, let's just cycle through it as we've been doing already, just to see how this works, because I feel like with an on-off switch, well, let's first of all just do what we can. Oops, no. No, we didn't want to do that, obviously. That was a mistake. I didn't want to actually hit the POW. However, yeah, and as you can see here, that transporting the snowball is something that we'll also have to... we can hit the P-switch for it, actually. Because... well, we'll see. I mean, obviously I didn't want to kill the Poke, but we'll map out some of the other complications before we reset, so we know what we're dealing with. Yeah, because the idea is that go back to the P. Then... yeah, at this point, we just want to see what might cause issues. Okay. Oh, nope, I was trying to cycle around with Snowball because that's obviously the way to take the Snowball out while big. Would be to cycle around while the P is still active. That would be the way to do it, and at that point the Poke's already dead, though, so we don't really have a way to take damage past that point, but then we would have 3 coins. And the main issue after that is reverting the on-off switch. Basically, we would need to do this in the on state. We would need the off state to grab the P-switch. We need to figure out how to activate the P-switch then, or get it out of there. Possibly you do something like a throw in order to bounce the flower all the way up. Like a P-switch throw might bounce the flower all the way up. If it's all the way up here and not suspended on the P-switch, then we have a way to get the P-switch out of there. So, we'll try a couple of things. The plant is a damage source as well. That's something that we shouldn't neglect. That killing the plant like this right away might be a distraction, and that using it as a damage source might be something that we need by the end. But... oh, whoops. Because we know that we'll need to take some kind of damage, probably, after dealing with the Poke. Nope, that's not going to work. It's going to blow it completely, actually. Yeah, because ideally we want the flower to sit all the way up here. And I think we can probably do it, but we'll try out a couple of things first. this. Oh, no. We nudge the pea all the way. Maybe we can get the flower. Possibly if we use the shell. Maybe that's what the shell is for, actually. That... we shouldn't need it. We should be able to get some kind of head bump. Be just fine. Nope. You see, if you just kind of slide into it... You know, actually... That's how we should do it. Is... With the pea kind of slightly over like this. Let's say it's in this position, and then you... Gonna go into a slide? No? Because the problem is that we're trying to do this, and we have a very high chance of picking up the flower when we try to do this little bit of a head bump here. Well, let's try this again. Currently, getting the P-switch out of there seems to be a priority, if we can do it. Because having it be activated while it's in here, with the state set to off, makes it very difficult, I think, to get the state back to on after that. Although again, maybe we're being a little premature about taking damage off of this guy. So... Well, let's see. I mean, let's map out everything we can and see what the missing pieces are so we can figure out the rest accordingly. Nope. Throw isn't going to work. Raise it pretty high, but not high enough. But you can still take 2 points of damage from the pokey, and... Let me think about this, because the current issue that we have is that we have to be big in order to get through this trap. At least that's my assumption. If, however, you place Pow and P over here, perhaps and create a bridge, that seems a little unlikely. I mean, you know, you can have P here, you can have Pow here, but I feel like that's still going to get into all kinds of issues. I guess it would activate P, but then why would you want to do that? I guess if the P-switch is active, let's say you're small and you have a snowball, you fire the snowball, you jump up here, P is still active, you go left. It depends on being able to run over Pow and P over here, and that's something that we should check. We should check it, we shouldn't just assume that you have to be big. Because the length is such that, you know, it might almost be plausible. And then if there's something that would require me to take an additional point of damage at some point... Yeah, we're going to drop this. Drop this. And we have enough running distance. There we go. We're going to go back for the POW afterwards when we're small. Not before. And... slide across like that. You can grab the P right now while you're big, but you have to be small again to switch this. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. Probably should have done a crouch jump or something. I wanted to lower the pokey. Because now we're going to have a bit of trouble getting that snowball. Or taking damage, for that matter. Yeah, I actually really needed to not hit that. On the other hand, we just want to do some testing, so... Let's grab this for a moment. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a challenge here to fall here without activating the P. Yeah, we weren't really able to do that. But the idea is that if I line up P and POW, like P over here, POW over here, potentially I'm able to just run across. That would activate a P, and that's okay. We just need to be careful not to hit the brick accidentally the way I just did. Then we'll see what to do from that point. But I feel like creating the POW and P bridge, if it works, is something quite promising. We just need to not kill the Pokey. Quite like that. Actually, once we've taken damage off of the Pokey, then we kill it, then we drop the Snowball, and... yeah, we might want to set that up ahead of time, because... well, we'll see. Let's nudge this first. We know that's got to be the first step. And we eliminate this. Yeah, we know we need to be small before we get the POW, that's the thing. Okay. Now drop. Run over here. Pretty specific interaction there, but still pretty doable. Hang on. We know that slide is also doable, so... I feel like maybe the burner nudge on the spring was there precisely to constrain that space. But... yeah, we're going to hit the on-off. So we have access to the P. No, oh, let's be careful here. I think I want to take 2 points of damage off the Pokey and then knock it into the Snowball. And then we're going to see if the P and POW running idea actually functions. Yeah, I'd have to do that while grabbing the Snowball. Here's the issue with it. No, that's okay. If I'm small, I can run over the Snowball. No problem. No problem. Let's try it. Stand here. Then, grab a Snowball. Let's just place it here for safety for the moment. Open this up. Then we'll set up... oh, nope, we need the off switch because we need the P. Let's place this out of the way for the moment so we don't have a distraction. We'll try to do the appropriate spacing. I mean, either we succeed in running over the POW or we don't, right? So that's going to be... that will resolve rather quickly. As it seems like this little downward slope here is to kind of give you a fall. That seems like it's built a little bit wide. Let's build it like this. We'll be holding the Snowball while doing this, of course, which is going to add an additional constraint. Okay, because the idea is that we want to fall gracefully onto the POW. Fire to the right, and then grab the coin on the left. Oh, nope. I needed to P-jump it, actually. I needed to P-jump it. That's what it is. I should try that again to make sure I can do it. Just to focus for a moment on the P and POW sequence here, just to see if I can make it over. We'll go back and we'll try it. go. And up. We still haven't used a helmet. That's okay if we see it. There's some missing piece here. We'll figure out how to slip it into the rest of the routine. Okay. Slip out. Then... Oops. Tap this first. Be careful with this jump. Get hit twice. Hit this. Now, we need to be absolutely on the ball with the P-jump. And if it's a P-jump, I actually don't know if we'll make it across. Seems a little bit execution specific. Does make me wonder if we are supposed to be big running across here instead of trying this, but, you know, can't rule out options until we know for sure. Try to set this up one more time then. Yeah, because the thing is, if I try to do a P-jump, I feel like I'm just going to hit the ceiling here. And that would not do. I feel like this is set up specifically to discourage this, but you never know, so we'll try it again. We know that the slope does allow me to fall into POW and start the first part of the run. We just don't know whether we are able to P-jump off the P, because I feel like the ceiling is a huge impediment. In fact, maybe I need to place this over slightly. I don't know. I generally just don't like that P-jump placement here. I think that's potentially going to wreck things a little bit, but I basically have to step on a P, get a jump input instead of falling on it. It seems a little unlikely to me, and we might have to rethink it. Let me just try to place it first. And we'll try it. Oh, I did it, except I jumped too high. So you can P-jump it, but you have to do a much smaller jump than that. I did a very aggressive P-jump. So the P-jump totally makes you go across. You just need to not go too far, like that. In fact, that seems to be exactly the kind of trap that those clouds here had in mind. And why you wouldn't just have a semi-solid bridge, you know, one tile higher. I think it's... I mean, it's partly there to kind of disguise the runway panels a little more gracefully, I suppose, but I think the clouds are there specifically to kind of catch you off guard with a P-jump like that. I think a P-jump is still obviously doable, and you just need to do it nice and low. It has to be very precise. But it confirms for me that the P-jump actually does work. Which is important, because it means that we'll continue to pursue that strategy until we can do it. So, I still don't know what the helmet is about, but at this point, if it doesn't seem pertinent to the solution, we don't care. So, let's go back. Drop, run. Then, over here. Oh, careful. And then we'll grab P, get it out. I actually think, I don't know, if I do Snowball first, I don't have a damage source after that, unfortunately, so But why do I need a damage source? After getting the snowball. Because... Okay, let me work this out here. Yeah, no, we did damage source because otherwise we don't have a way to get to the off switch. Or do we? Because I'm thinking that if we have an object drop, like a P drop on top of my head there, maybe that would squeeze me down by enough. No, it wouldn't force me down to column though, so I think... Yeah, no, the main reason that we need to take damage is so we can get to the off switch. And toggle it one more time. That's the main reason that we need to take a hit. But I'm taking 2 hits there. But I'm small over here. No, I think we should still go for the same strategy that we've been trying. I think it is clearly the most promising. Yeah, because the reason that we have to take damage once again is because otherwise we don't have a way to get the on-off switch. I was hoping that maybe an object drop could squeeze me down below, but I don't think that works. Let's just step on this. Grab the POW. Then down. Again, a P jump, nice and light though. Let's move this over slightly just to reduce ceiling issues. I feel like that angle should be fine, but we'll have to see. This seems a little execution dependent. There we go. The key. Now here's the thing. We don't know if there's going to be a Shelmet check on the other side of that door. So let's grab this just in case, defensively. And the POW. Just in case there's a surprise. There isn't a surprise, okay. So yeah, I can see what you mean about there being a little bit of design noise, but I think some of that is just kind of, you know, there for distraction. So we'll try to do the lean version and we'll see how it goes. Here's the Grat cut, thanks to Luca as well, apparently. Okay. Oh, interesting. A whole bunch of clouds there this time. I don't know what that's for. Probably so you have an escape. I don't know if there was maybe a potential locking issue or anything, but I can't imagine it would be. If perhaps you managed to, you know, bump yourself over to the right or something. Not sure. Maybe it's for some of the resetability. Oh, I see what's going on here, is that this now prevents the strategy I had earlier of placing multiple objects here, because now the conveyor belt would send them across, it would prevent me from creating that platform. So now this enforces that I need to be big to get across. So we do need to rethink that solution, because I guess that was unintended. Which is odd, because I thought this slope here is a very clear hint that you should be going across. However, a P activation would stop the conveyor belt. Okay, no, I think it's forcing us to be big. I think this is actually now very clearly the case. So we do need to rethink the last part. And I still don't know what the helmet is for then. Possibly there's some kind of remote activation. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Probably the POW drop and running out with a flower wasn't intended in the first place, and maybe the shell hitting the POW to activate and grab this coin was the intended idea. I don't know. But it did feel like the POW drop followed by the escape with the fire flower was something pretty specific there. That was a possibility. So we'll see. We'll see what is going on. There's a couple of placements have changed. And yeah, thank you for the GG, man. We'll see if we can do it twice now that my solution was indeed de-cheesed, it seems. I totally thought it was intended, actually. I mean, you know, whenever you see one-way panel placements like this, you would think, okay, maybe it's forcing me to be big to run across, but then, you know, the spacing and the slopes and everything seem to indicate to me that perhaps the panel plus P placement was intentional. And so I'm kind of surprised that the conveyor belt is here to prevent that. But we'll make do. And we'll see what kind of adjustment we need to make. Yeah. Slide out. Yeah, because the shell would allow you to hit the POW from a distance if for some reason you wanted to do that. No, you can't, because you have to wear the shell. You can never throw the shell. So it's not going to be a remote activation with that at any point. So we still don't know what the shell is for, actually, at this stage. Well, let's move back to the state that I was in earlier. And so now we have the problem that we had described before, which is we need to be big. And we know that we still only have one tile of height if we're wearing the Shelmet, so... Notice, too, that it's a hard wall to the left side now. Previously, there was that one P block for some reason that we never engaged with, and possibly that was just some kind of prevention for checking objects off the side, but notice that it is a hard wall on the left side, and then that potentially might be a hint of something that we need to do to perhaps lower ourselves down to the on-off switch while big. First of all, though, I mean, that's not going to happen while he switches here. Yeah, notice that this is just going to push right out. However, well, we'll see. We'll see. Because, yeah, clearly has to be a snowball throw over the coin. Again, I'm not sure what the clouds were de-cheesing here. Possibly some other object throw shenanigans. I am wondering, of course, if I can push myself through the bumper. But no, I think it's clearly got to be snowball. I'm also wondering if maybe there's a reason to drop the pokey. I'm also thinking about whether there is another way to activate the on-off switch other than just hitting it from below. But if there is, I don't see it. Also notice that because of the changes to how this works, possibly the run I was doing earlier, the Fire Flower, no longer functions. But let's drop the flower first, and then we'll see, because I don't know, it concerns me that we still have to be big in order to get through here. Like there would be some kind of object drop, possibly with a P, that has to happen. But let's fish out the P first. And just get back to the state that we were in previously before we make any assumptions. So yeah, here's the problem, is that if we are not small, we don't actually have a good way to deal with this guy over here. We don't have a good way to deal with that at all, actually. So it feels like we have to be big to get the snowball down, but then if we have to be big, then how do we activate the on-off switch last time. Maybe taking the damage from the piranha is important. I'm definitely thinking that at some point, you know, maybe we were just supposed to jump through the piranha, and that the shell raising the piranha might have been something important. That raising the piranha out of here so it's not killed by the initial on-off switch might have been something critical. Because we just skipped that entirely in our previous solution, right? Like, we didn't deal with the plant. We didn't deal with the shell. The only thing that the shell seems to do for me is keep the piranha alive, so we have a damage source that remains after the on-off switch is pressed. But if we're keeping the piranha plant alive, then we don't have a good way of dealing with... Actually, no, if you have Fire Flower plus Shelmet later on, then you can lose the Shelmet by taking damage off the piranha, then you can fire at everything here. Yeah, maybe. In fact, you get the P-switch out of here if you're able to loop around. The problem is that you can only loop around with a P-switch activation, which means that if you're dropping in here on this side, P-switch already has been activated once, which means that the piranha will have been killed. However, piranha can be pushed. And possibly there's also going to be a push to get it out of the way. I actually suspect that what's going on here with this offset is that you're supposed to push the piranha here, drop it, and if it drops, this is supposed to bounce it possibly over here. And then, if you're no longer able to take damage, then you have to do some kind of snowball throw or something to not only collect a coin, but then kill it. I think possibly that's the thing that's been intended here, is you bump the piranha up, then you move the piranha to the right, drop it, bounce it. That's the only purpose I can think of for this spring, since we didn't engage with it at all previously. So the shell followed by the piranha hit has to be step one in this case. Because that's what allows you problem. We don't have a push mechanism for the Fire Flower anymore. However, we do have a damage source to... Yeah, we don't have a way to push the flower now. However, if we lose the helmet, then yes we do. We would have to lose the helmet in order to grab the P and press our way around. And that's okay, because we still have the piranha as a damage source. The problem is that then we can't jump up through the middle in order to do the Fire Flower interaction later. We would have to hit the P first. Hitting the P first would kill the piranha. I feel like I want some damage frames here to move the piranha out of the center. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to push it this way. That's how to do it. Then we save it. We keep it alive. Yep, and it goes in that slot precisely as predicted. Now we have returned the puzzle to the state that we were familiar with previously, with the one change that we have a damage source that's available in the form of the piranha plant. So, that was actually the only adjustment we needed to make, and that uses all of the pieces that we previously ignored, which is the spring, the shell, the piranha. And then now we just repeat the puzzle the same way, except now we change the ending using the piranha as our damage source to regain access to the on-off switch as needed. So, that is the adjustment. Okay. Most things should be the same as before, except we have to be big when we carry the snowball. And that's okay. Problem. The snowball is going to kill the piranha. Which is actually an issue, because... yeah, that's an issue. If the snowball kills the piranha, yeah, we possibly needed to stop the piranha from falling here somehow, because if a snowball kills a piranha, we have no damage source after firing a snowball. Because we are not really able to outpace it, I don't think. If we do a snowball throw, maybe if we use it in conjunction with the conveyor belt, we run. Whoops. We run and then bounce over. Yeah, we would basically need to outrun the snowball and hit the piranha ahead of time when we are in Super Mario form, not Fire form. So we can take enough damage to regain access to the on-off switch after that. At that stage, yes. I think we have to outrun. I don't see how we're going to do it otherwise. Unless there's some way to prevent the piranha from falling here, because the piranha is clearly set up in this trap. Specifically to, well, cause problems, I guess. Now, you have to be in the on state. I was thinking, oh, what if the piranha just bounces over here, but then that would just obstruct a whole bunch of other things we're doing, so that's not going to be it. Anyway, we're in the off state. We want to turn this back on. We want to grab this, and then do everything else the way we did previously. We've got 155 seconds. We'll likely hit a timeout because we're too busy thinking. That's okay. Drop, run. Notice, too, that we don't have a use for the POW currently. We're not using the POW for anything. That seems suspicious to me, because it tells me that if we're not using the POW, then possibly there's some kind of blocking setup that we can create. Like, for example, taking damage here with a shell, dropping the P down one slot to prevent the piranha from being bounced below until we actually want it to be bounced. And then walking out with the POW instead. No, we can't, because we need the Fire Flower to get the POW in the first place. We're not going to access the POW until we've accessed the Fire Flower, so no, that doesn't work. So the P has to be the piece that pushes Fire Flower. Okay, let's try this again then. We're going to timeout, but we'll make do somehow. Do we still want to be big here? We want to be Super Mario, actually. We can totally make this jump. 55 seconds, yeah. But basically, in our current state, this is equivalent now to the previous puzzle, but we need to change the ending because we can't use the short object to run across the middle. And secondly, we have a damage source available. Whoops. Having a damage source available is good because I was supposed to take damage off of that. Also, at this point, we take the P-switch. We have to activate the P-switch in order to get to that coin and drop with the snowball over to this side. So we actually would need to hit the P-switch, then run across. Actually, we can just run across this way. That's easy. It's much easier. Because we're tall. Should have considered that. Okay. We've made pretty significant progress. Let's try this again. Again, it's going to be taking a P-switch and then nudging Piranha, as far as I can tell. It is going to fall into that trap. I don't see a way to prevent it. It's specifically set up with that spring offset to bump the Piranha into the spot. We're not going to be able to do anything about that. really don't think so anyway. We just have to take it. And deal with it. It's okay. We'll go back to the previous state where we're in. Hits. Must be... Oh, nope. Extra careful here, otherwise we have to reset everything from an execution mistake, which is the kind of thing we do once we've seemingly found a solution. The kind of thing we do all the time. Okay. Whoa, no, that's a mistake. Hang on. Alright, let's do it again. Nope. It's happening more than once now. I wonder if that's something we want to do intentionally at some point. Take self-damage while moving the Piranha into a more advantageous position. Now, I don't see where we would, though. We just need to be much more careful about the push and not push in over the halfway line. That would deflect Piranha the wrong way. Okay. Nope. Careful here. Very, very careful. Okay, this we know how to do. Nope, nope, nope. Very dangerous. Now, we don't need to use the Poke as a... Come on. Damage source anymore. So we might even just kill it much earlier. Anyway, this is the part where we've solved most of it, and we're just going to die to execution mistakes for the next little while, because that's just what happens. Especially now that we have the Piranha acting as a damage trap. For good or ill. Bottom corner. Extra careful with this offset here. Okay. Push. 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 Oh, nope, no, no. See, that's the thing with the offset. It's just actually really difficult to jump around. And we'll have to... Whoop, nope. Helmet first. Yeah, now all these other elements no longer feel extraneous, because I guess this was probably the intended solution all along. It's just that the previous version made it very easy to circumvent a lot of this. And judging by the changes from playtesting, I assume that the previous players found exactly the things that I did when it came to what to do about this solution. Alright, let's just be extra careful if we can. Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing with making a lot of these changes is that they do massively increase the chance of execution error. Because, sure, the trampoline will take the Piranha down that trap, but it will take me down that trap as well. It's very difficult to avoid. It's very, very difficult to avoid. I was conscious of that. I was trying to avoid it, and I still got punched. I think you just have to kind of hold left into that and hope for the best. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, it's very difficult to drop into this, I think. Because if you do a straight drop... Nope. Maybe so we straight drop and then hang right before we hit any kind of input and hope that this hitbox works the same way when I have the Fire Flower. For example, if I have the shell, it's still the same. So we just need to drop like as a precision level or something. Oops, have to bump it all the way up. Although, interestingly enough, if you lower it like that, that might actually work even better, because... No, it wouldn't, because there's no real way to go around it. Side, I think we do need to bump it up top. I was thinking about whether to bump it, you know, maybe to the left, because then you would take damage with it as you're going to the on-off switch, but we have a couple of toggles to do before that. That would require me to run through here, so that's obviously not going to be the case. You have to bump it up into the middle, I think. Let's try it again. Let's try to get back to the position I was in previously. We'd gotten pretty far, we just timed out when I napped out most of it. We haven't been able to get back to that since, just because of all the execution errors along the way. Okay. Yeah, just a kind of precision dropping along that wall does solve that problem slightly. Okay. Extra careful over here. Okay. Now we hit this and grab the flower, and then now we try not to lose the flower. Straight drop. Nope. Yeah, you see, here's the thing, is that if you try to drop along that wall with the fire flower, that when you're big, it bounces you. When you're small, it does not bounce you. When you're big, it absolutely hits you. And so, that's why I was thinking that we could avoid it, but the thing is, you can't do the same thing. Because I was just trying to lean against the wall and drop. If you do it with flower, you do get bounced. Possibly we just need to hold left into that and see if that cuts momentum well enough. Like if you get bounced, yeah, if you get bounced, you should be able to just hold left into that and go. That's how we'll do it. We'll just hold left when we drop. It's extra fussy, but we'll just have to deal with it. Yeah. Very easy for that to cause problems. And again, we still don't know if outrunning the snowball is going to be the answer when it comes to getting the piranha, but between the conveyor belt, which is there to prevent bridging this, and the spring over here, I feel like it could be done. However, a thrown object is going to be pretty quick. I kind of have my doubts, but we'll see. We'll just have to do it and find out. Because right now, the snowball killing the piranha and removing my last available damage source is a definite risk. And we don't... Oh, no, I didn't push this far enough. We don't know yet if outrunning is actually going to work at all, so let's try this again. Yeah, okay, good, we just fell over. That's fine. Now let's try to make this jump over here. Drop. Over. Now we're going to... Nope. Careful, careful, careful. Now we're going to go over to the other side. The mushroom state works too. But we need to get the pea out of here before we do anything. Oh, I have to do this again? Nope. Okay, at this point we should probably just take damage. No, we can't. We need to be big in order to carry the snowball, so... And... Actually... Yeah, no, the snowball throw has to precede getting the Piranha one last time. So we do need to hit this. And we do need the P-switch now in order to loop around the top. Which is now necessary in order to transport the snowball in the location we need. So at this point we hit the P-switch. But notice that we're not using the POW, so possibly there's something we can do with the POW that we're not considering. Because we haven't carried it out for anything. Possibly we should have just placed a POW on top of the Piranha Plant to give myself a platform to work with, but... Or even seeing if it's... okay, you know what, we'll hit the P. Be quick. Alright, that's fine. Okay, now we can grab this. However, here's the trick. We need to outrun. Nope, didn't. So now we have a problem, which is that we can't get over to the on-off switch. Outrunning looks like it's not going to work at all, actually. It looks like it's not even remotely close. So, maybe we need to prevent the Piranha from getting down to that trap in the first place. The way to do that would be to deflect it left rather than deflecting it out on top. But I feel like this is set up specifically to drop it into the trap. Or we could push the Piranha to the left. Problem is that P-switch activation is going to kill it, and we need the P-switch activation in order to get the snowball. P-switch has to, at this point, predate the snowball throw. So we need to be here with the snowball, and at the point that we fired a snowball, we still need the capacity to take damage after that. How do we do that? Yeah, because it looks like we're not going to be anywhere close to running over to the Piranha before the snowball rolls over to it. And it looks like that's specifically... I mean, we saw it a long time ago. Ever since we dropped the Piranha down here, we knew that would be the trap. So the thing is, how do we take damage off of the Piranha and still give ourselves the capacity to launch the snowball? Either we need some kind of blocking piece, and it can't be the POW because the POW would just kill the Piranha itself as well. We need a blocking piece like the P. P has been activated at that point. We need to do some kind of displacement that would prevent the Piranha from falling here in the first place. Possibly we need to block this somehow. Let's see. Here's something else we'll try then. We'll try to push Piranha the other way. I feel like maybe that's what the previous version was trying to prevent with the P block rather than the wall, was making sure you can't just move the Piranha to the left side and budge it out of the way and not have it get in the way of anything. I feel like that's specifically what it was trying to prevent. But now, what we're going to do instead is we're going to try to nudge it over this way. It's probably not going to do anything for me, given that we have no capacity to take damage at this point. And we have no way to get over to Piranha. Yeah, I can see how getting it to go over the gap to the left side was something that was supposedly prevented in the previous version. What do we hit the P-switch now? Gravity's points up top first. Then we don't have the ability to use the P-switch to grab the flower. That's the problem. No, that's not going to work at all. So right now the step that we're missing then is after we fired a snowball, can we take damage? Piranha's over there. Chances are not great. However, we are being slowed down slightly on this slope. I wonder if there's a better way to run this. Like if you jump or something. Maybe we'd be tall at that point. So possibly we were being too slow due to the slope. That if we manage to jump here as tall Mario, we're able to get across that way quickly. I don't know, I feel like the outrunning strategy is just... It's the only thing I can think of that is even remotely possible, but at the same time, it looks like the timing is just way, way off. You can never tell because there are some things that are pretty execution dependent here. So, it's hard to rule anything out. If we can prevent that bounce, that would be great, but... isn't a good way to do it. Not that I can see. Unless we find some way to... well, we'll see. Let's do this first. Yeah, maybe there's something else we could do here. So let's just return the puzzle to its previous state first before anything happens. Let's grab that coin up top. Okay. The fact that we haven't used a POW yet is suspicious to me. I feel like maybe there's something we can do using the POW as a displacing tool, perhaps. Or even using the pokey somehow. Anyway. Let's just do this again. We know at this point that we probably don't need the Fire Flower form. We need a P-switch. Nope, hang on. Now, as far as the P-switch goes, I wonder if there's something we can do. You know, if... No, the thing is, the snowball has to go through the bumper, because otherwise there's just no way to hit the coin. I was thinking about whether the snowball could follow a different path, but no, I think the entire point is to carry the snowball down while you're big. And to be able to take a point of damage after that, so... yeah, we know we'll have to hit the P-switch before we run over. Let's repair the snowball first. Oh, whoops. Hang on. But the POW is awfully suspicious. Like, there's something else we can do to move it or use it. Rather critically, we know that tossing a POW into the spring is going to keep the POW alive. I wonder if tossing the POW into the spring would do something interesting in terms of a collision or displacement. That's something to think about. Meantime, though, we do need to point of damage here, switch to a snowball. And then we'll eventually be able to take a snowball across. Yeah, maybe there's one additional on-off toggle here that we're not quite seeing. Like one on-off toggle that would be possible. Just thinking about the different damage states here and what we could do. But anyway, let's say we hit the P. Now we run across. Start the snowball back. Okay, before we do anything, let's also... Oh, we can't grab the POW while we're big, actually, because I can drop it and run left to right, but I can't actually take the POW out with me. We wanted to take the POW out. Well, we unlocked the POW in the first place using the Fire Flower, so until we reach a small state again, we can't actually get the POW out of there. We can do some kind of remote activation of it with the snowball, but I don't see why we would, given that that would just kill the piranha outright. So here's the thing, is a throw faster or is a kick faster? What do we do with kick? Can I beat? Hang on. I'm actually not sure if a throw is faster or a kick is faster. It's there is a speed difference. I just don't remember which is which. I know one of them is faster, but it's been long enough. But yeah, we would absolutely need to... Let's just try this little run here. No, we don't want to duck into it. We get trapped. But if we're tall and we jump out of this... Maybe if we use the spring to bounce as well, but... Nah, that would just slow me down more. I feel like outrunning is unlikely, although we did get trapped in a slope that time, so... Well, the only thing is we're not using the POW. That's suspicious. I feel like the first steps are probably generally correct, though. If it weren't for the fact that the piranha is getting bounced. If we could avoid the piranha getting bounced, that'd be great, but I don't think we can. I think it's not something we're going to push all the way. Oh, maybe we can. But then we would have to push it down anyway, and once we push it down, then we have a problem, because yeah, you throw, it just gets stuck. Yeah, I don't think it's preventable. Because I was trying to do the backdrop to just kind of put it into this slot over here. But I'd probably almost certainly land on it if I did so. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. However, if I'm able to take the POW and take damage, maybe I'm able to displace the piranha just a little bit further. Like over to the door. That would not help, because we would be trapping it behind the door when we're in the off state, and we're trying to get out of the off state at that point. I mean, I guess it would prevent the snowball from hitting, but that doesn't help because we would still need to take damage. Let's try this again. Okay, so... yeah, we know all the steps except we don't have an alternative to outrunning the snowball, but we haven't executed that cleanly enough to really say anything conclusive about it. Because it's still quite possible that outrunning the snowball is on the table. We haven't actually done enough to completely rule it out. drop. Wonder if I could take another object through there and swap it. Well, first of all, let's go over. Nope, that's okay, that's okay. We don't need fire at this point, but we do need to be at least big. No, 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 come on. So many accidents waiting to happen there. We know we can make the slide, it's just awfully precise now that we have to deal with this thing as well. Now, the idea that we had much earlier with using the P-switch to do a pokey drop, I think it's not actually going to be useful because we need the pokey to turn into a snowball. We need the P-switch in the first place in order to swap sides with the snowball while big. Okay, so take it. And at this point, we want to prepare the snowball. I wonder if there would be a reason to maybe drop the snowball and then take damage and then launch it some other way. Because if we can do some kind of remote launch with the snowball, that would be best. If there's some way that we can get it rolling without actually throwing it, for instance. I don't see how that would work. Because we would basically need to push the snowball with some other object. Here's a question. What happens if we drop a POW on top of a snowball? No, we can't do that either because we would need to be big in order to do the object drop. But if we do an object drop to trigger a snowball, that saves a little bit of time because we don't need to jump up. So here's the thing we don't know, for instance. What happens if we drop a POW on top of the snowball? Yeah, I think we should probably test that. But we can't test that unless we're small, so... Alright, let's think about that, because I wonder if it's possible to launch a snowball using a drop. I actually don't know the answer to that. We would have to see it. Oh, let's take it. Okay. Nope, no, 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 no. Ah, come on. Yeah, having this piranha trap be part of the solution now is also just this giant execution trap that's very difficult to play around. It's going to ruin many attempts for us today. It already has. Okay. Let's try this again. Most of the sequence is pretty straightforward. And figuring out in compartmentalized form in the previous version actually is pretty helpful. I don't think the POW is going to launch the snowball, though, with the POW drop. I don't think that's how it works. I think the POW would probably just bounce off it or something. And it's true that I haven't actually tried that POW plus snowball stack. I just crushed it outright. Thing is, it takes a significant amount of setup just to get to that point. Oh, let's do this part first. Okay. We'll want that P-switch. Oh, you might as well just do this snowball and Big Mario setup here first. just to avoid issues. A snowball right there so we don't forget to pick it up. Okay. Wrap around. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop this. We're going to drop this a little better. That's not going to be a little better because what's going to happen is that we're going to kick it. So should we prefer a throw or a kick? I feel like we'll do throw. No, not even close. There's got to be some way to do it. Maybe I mean, because there's a side kick, there's, you know, falling on top of the snowball, there's... We didn't actually end up trying to drop either, but it's difficult to test that. And of course, you know, House P's have totally different contact rules as well. We haven't really tried it with a snowball though, so I think we should. Okay. Let's just do everything we can. Get back to that state. Oh, whoops, no, didn't want to do that soon. Although, why can't we? Because we haven't collected the ice coins yet, that's why. But actually, resequencing this is maybe something we should consider more carefully. Because... let's say... yeah, actually, this sequence works just as well, maybe. Trying to see what the flaw in the logic here would be. We retain the Fire Flower. Come here and hit the P. So what is the problem with doing it this way instead and saving us a few steps? Let's drop this, first of all. This is actually equivalent, interestingly enough. Except the Poké is dead and we are in flower form, and that's okay. We can still get ourselves down to Super Mario form just as well. I'm thinking all the while whether there's some way to activate the on-off switch while big. But I don't think so. I think the whole point is to take damage from a damage source. That we have to do it. But yeah, we basically changed the order of part of the solution and it still works just fine. Problem is that we don't have access to how for an object drop, really. We would have to be small for that. If we are small, then we can't really do a drop here anyway. Wonder what happens by... yeah. No. I don't think that's happening. But it looks like we're just short. It looks like, you know, that's something that could potentially be done if we find some way to slow down the ball somehow. And launch it at slow speed. I have to try a few things here. Let's get the snowball out first. Just to try something. Oh. Oh, walking with a snowball kills this. Interesting. What if we used a snowball to stop the plant? What if we used a snowball to stop the plant? Would that work? I feel like it's going to impede my ability to run around later, though. That we're going to run into some other issues. But maybe that's the adjustment I need to make. We bump the plant first. Then we get the snowball. And then what if we manage to use the snowball in such a way that the plant is unable to get bounced? Then where does the plant go? Hang on. I'm going to see what kind of collision might make sense, because we're going to try a couple of different configurations. We can try to block like this, but the problem is that I'm going to have issues going over the plant later when I have to cross. But whoops, nope, that's not going to work. Hang on. But I don't know what the plant and snowball collision is going to be. That's the main thing here. Because if you wind up putting the plant here, then I can't fall there gracefully either. We need to bounce the plant somewhere, or trap it. Well, let's see. Yeah, we don't know enough about how snowball collisions actually work. That's been a major impediment here. Because let's say we place snowball here and then bump the plant across. Perhaps. No. Let's say we place it... Well, let's try it this way first. See how it bounces. If it just lands directly on top, we're potentially in big trouble, but... Nope. It's extremely fussy, this trampoline here. Causes us all kinds of problems. Let's try to set up a collision here. You know what? Let's try to do it with a blocking piece first, just to see if maybe the plant can't go over. We're going to have some issues trying to cross over past it, though. But let's try it, just to see what happens. Because we do need to know. It goes over. But it goes over. That is actually kind of important because it means that we can, potentially, place a snowball like this, perhaps, and stop the bounce. Let's try it again. We'll try a couple of different setups. The problem, of course, is that we need a plant to be accessible somewhere where it won't be killed by the snowball in the late game, and it's very difficult to see what kind of spot that would be. And we'll eventually need to retrieve the snowball as well in order to... Actually, no, we don't. If it's on this side to begin with, then we don't need to do the whole thing with a P-switch where we run around, right? We don't need to do the whole thing with a P-switch where we run around, so why... Okay, let's think about this, because actually, if we just take the snowball here early to begin with, which is something we hadn't previously considered, maybe that opens up some possibilities. Okay, no, the plant just goes straight through. It just goes straight through, it doesn't collide at all. I would assume that maybe it also doesn't collide while falling then. Well, let's try it. We have to consider all possibilities, so... But it looks like the plant has no collision once it's on the bounce. If it's being pushed, though, I wonder if that's still the case. If you place it like this, does it fall straight through? We do need to know these things. It does fall straight through. Okay. What if we just placed a snowball there, though? Then does the plant just overlap it? I suspect it's going to overlap it, and we don't want to do that anyway because we need access to the snowball eventually. But I kind of want to see, whoops, what's going to happen. And Bluespeed, welcome. And let's try this again. Yeah, I don't think the snowball is going to do anything for me if we bring it over early, because the lack of collision is just too much of an impediment. So if you place it here, for instance, I assume that the piranha is actually just going to fall straight through it and overlap it. And the thing is, it would prevent us from getting the snowball anyway. Yeah, it's going to be an overlap. That's what I thought. I'm going to try some other things just to make sure we know what the mechanics are with the snowballs. Because it's clear to me that we need some way to outpace it, and that launching it from this position with a throw probably isn't the right idea. We'll have to do a couple of speed checks on it as well. Okay, so we know we need to push the piranha over to the left side. We also know at this point that actually we don't need necessarily... Oh, no. Don't drop it on yourself. We don't need to do the whole loop on top just for the sake of getting the snowball over to the right side, because we can always bring the snowball over quickly instead. Now let's try a few things. Just going to watch the timer here. Okay, we're going to throw at 470 and see how long it takes to reach the end. Let's wait for the tick 470 first. Okay, 468. Let's try... So that's what a throw. I thought a kick is faster, but we'll try something. 37. What did I say the first one was? Let's try this again. Just want to see which one is marginally faster. It looks like a kick is slower, actually. And we'll see what happens when we fall onto it as well. Actually, no, it's about the same. I know there's some kind of difference, though. We've seen it before. Let's try a drop onto it if we can. No, it's basically the same as a kick. We haven't really tried an object drop, but... Anyway, let's take this out. Yes, that second activation on the on-off is throwing off everything right now. Possibly we just need outrun. Might just be overcomplicating it. Possibly as well. What if we use the snowball to push rather than the P? Can we do that? He pushes snowball. Snowball, I don't think pushes much of anything. It just dies. Yeah, actually, snowball would just kill it, right? Like, you can't make contact with the snowball. It doesn't push it. It just kills it. So. Okay. Okay, so let's just do this again. We'll take the snowball over to the right side before messing with flower, because that would potentially allow us to get a really late P-switch, which might solve some problem, but we'll see. Because let's go snowball before flower. Let's get it out of the way. Like here, where we've dropped it on a slope, and it's in a rolling state. That's the only slope, though. And we're not going to be able to take it over to one-way panel or anything. I kind of wonder if there's a way to set it up. Look at this, too, that we're kind of getting it into a rolling state, where we're actually unable to grab it now because it's in the kick state. It's in the kick state, that makes us unable to pick it up. That'd be important. But at this point, though, because it's in the rolling state, if it makes contact with an object, it's just going to blow up, right? Yeah, that's not going to help then. Okay. Well, we're unable to pick it up, so it's just basically going to be a dead attempt, but let's see if we can map this out and see if anything else that can be done. Yeah, no, because that just kills it. So here I'm thinking, like, how do we slow down the ball? How do we have it, I don't know, do a backspin or something? Well, it's not going to be in the kick state over there. Notice that, yeah, it's not going to be if we roll it down the slope either. So, I feel like we have most of the steps here. It's just that it's still a great deal of uncertainty whether it's even possible to outrun the snowball and hit the piranha first, which is seemingly what we need to do because we have no other damage sources remaining at that point. Okay. It's funny because the solution on the first version was actually really straightforward, just because we had to not think about so many mechanics and skip most of them along the way. And then, yeah, let's go early snowball. We need this area here to the right for running, so we just need to not accidentally hit the snowball with anything. Nope, no, if you roll it down a slope at all, that compromises it completely. But we can drop it pretty early down here, though, once we're big. The whole idea here is that I'm trying to get away from the idea of having to pick up the snowball and move it up top. Although, I don't think there's any functional difference. I don't think we're actually circumventing any obstacles by doing it in this order instead. So let's displace. Then hit. Feels like we've been spinning our wheels here for a little while here. Yeah. I actually wonder if we could avoid this issue here by getting the P out in the on state. Like if we can do some kind of additional displacement. Oh. Because here's the thing, if we can get both the flower and the P out, and get back to the on state after that, because the only reason we're toggling it back to the off state to begin with is because we need to grab the P. That's the only reason we're doing it. And that has to be after the fire flower. Why? Yeah, so we have to go back to get the P. But do we have to? Seems yes, because the only way we could avoid that is if we manage to kick the fire flower all the way up to the bridge, which currently I don't know if we can do. If we could kick the fire flower completely up this slope, that changes a great deal. Because it means that we would be able to evacuate the P from there much earlier. And the only way I can think of to do that is to somehow use the snowball. Like if you have the fire flower lodged on top of the P, but then you use the snowball to lodge it further. The problem is that if the snowball gets on the slope, then you're in big trouble. Because snowball just... yeah, isn't going to work with that. Let's see. Bonafide Pirate, welcome. Hope you've been doing alright. Yeah, we have been doing 2 versions of this puzzle today. We finished the first version very easily. And then the second version kind of de-cheesed or fixed a couple of things, and there's one step basically that's missing right now. I've flowed through this thing many, many times, and there's just one step that doesn't quite fit. We can't have the snowball... whoa. Execution mistake once again. We can't have the snowball sitting there, I was thinking, because we need to run out of that spot later. Yeah. No matter what, the sequence has to go... well, I'd assume so far the sequence has to go snowball throw, piranha plant, damage, and then back to the on-off switch. But if we can find some way to hit the on-off switch and turn it back into the on state one last time before we have to go through that whole sequence, that'd be great. The only issue is that the fire flower being what it is, currently have some problems. If we can displace the fire flower much further, like if it's halfway up here and we displace it even further with a snowball, maybe we can do something here. The idea is that if we can get the fire flower onto the bridge independent of the P-switch, then this changes the solution quite a bit. You really move this up. Let's see if there's some kind of displacement that we can do with it. Not really. think so. Okay. Well, in that case... what if we grab the fire flower first, then wrap around and grab the pea? No, we can't do that because we do need the on-state. We grab the fire flower first, we wrap around and grab the pea. I feel like maybe we should be doing the snowball coin much, much earlier than we're doing. No, that can't be it. For reasons that will be obvious in a moment. Okay, let's take care of the low-hanging fruit first. House still looks awfully suspicious. Nope, hang on. No, that's okay. That's still going to get us where we want. I wonder if maybe there's something we can do here to using the pea as a blocking piece, perhaps, to let that jump. Oh, no, that's a mistake. Hang on. You can't get back there. Actually, maybe you can. But we have POW and P. Like, we've carted a snowball across, we just want the... No, because the conveyor belt still kills the strategy that we had before. We just don't have the ability to bridge this gap, really. Unless, of course, having POW and P here allows you to do enough of an edge jump to get across. I really don't think so. Now, the fact that the POW will do the bounce on top of the piranha is not going to be relevant to anything. Yeah, because at this point we don't actually have the ability to get back to the snowball. Because we accidentally took damage. Okay. Same sequences before. Just watch as the solution actually turns out to be outrunning the piranha, like I've been saying all along. But yeah, it's the last activation of the on-off that is out of sequence right now, I think. And just don't have a good answer to that yet. However, what do we try to do snowball first here? Or do we just try to do it with the snowball without the P? Does it displace the flower? It does not. Snowball overlaps completely. Maybe the flower to access to POW. Yeah, Snowball's not going to do anything for me here. I'll just try to get it out of the way for a moment while we do the P displacement once more. We've really been running around in circles for this one for some time now. Previously we saw that if we do a slope slide under the P, we're able to kick it up, but don't really have enough room to do it here. Or kick it up all the way. I suppose if you used a POW instead... Well, you can't use the POW instead because you need the flower to get to the POW. I was trying to think about how to displace the flower further. Yeah, because the issue is the last off state. Why do we need the last off state? Because we need to grab the P, but then after we grab the P with the fire flower... Right, because we're big at that point, we can't actually get to the on-off switch. Is there a way to squish myself? Basically, we need some kind of squish interaction to get myself small again and over to this switch here. Let's grab that. Nope. Once again. Execution trap there. I've been killing attempt after attempt. I wonder, if we are in the off state, we don't need to jump through in the middle here in order to access the POW. If we have the fire flower and we activate the P, we can wrap around in the off state. Why would we want to do that? Given that the off state is still the thing that's giving me trouble. So what I'm saying is, if we activate the P switch, then we can wrap around and drop into this side. Otherwise, we're not really using the wrap around up top anyway. If we have the fire flower at that point, we're able to dash left and grab the POW in that coin and get back out. To get back out with the fire flower in the off state. Why would that matter? Because it would mean that we can get the P switch out now. That's still a problem because we need the on state. Still a problem. We need to toggle off to on while big. That's... Or at least we need to start in the fire flower state and figure out how to toggle off to on. That's the main issue, and that's why we wanted the Piranha to work as a damage trap to begin with. Otherwise we have issues. However, if we use the P switch to drop the Pokey, so this is the drop the Pokey idea that we had much earlier, and the Pokey remains alive while we wrap around with the P switch and do the one and only thing we need a fire flower for, which is the coins up top. Yeah, so then we're able to still take damage on the Pokies. This is still a problem, because we still need to be big for the Pokey. No, this is still a problem, because we still need a Mushroom before Snowball. Mushroom state minimum before Snowball in order to throw the Snowball. So the Pokey can't be the damage source in that instance. This is a big problem. So okay, Mushroom plus Snowball. Mushroom plus Snowball. Throw. If the Piranha gets eliminated, we have no damage source. If the Piranha gets eliminated, then we have to be big going from off to on. So the solution is, prior to throwing the Snowball, we need to get this back into the on state. How do we do that? I'm not convinced we can do that. Unless we have... I'm not convinced we can do that. That's... I don't know how that would work. Unless we find some way to throw an object in advance and block. Basically, if we have some kind of obstruction here that prevents killing the piranha, or we just don't drop the piranha down here in the first place, which we couldn't figure out how to prevent. Yeah, maybe dropping the piranha down here at all is a mistake, unless the solution is just outrun, which, again, it really doesn't seem likely. Well, anyway, let's try some things. Do I want the on state going into the fire flower? Yes, I do. Why? Because then we need a fire flower to go through the middle, but if we think that we can go through... Wait a minute, then we don't need a P-switch here at all then. Hang on. Yeah, you see, I still have a bit of tunnel vision from the solution that I had to the previous version, when perhaps there's something here that we're not considering, which is that if the P-switch drops to Pokey, then Pokey remains alive while we do the circuit and retain the fire flower. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab the fire flower in the off state. Yeah, we still have all these assumptions from the previous solution that are not necessarily true. Drop them. Now, we need to make it through. Nope. Yeah, the Pokey actually needs to basically be walking the other way, otherwise we're too slow for it. But the idea is that we can grab this coin, wrap around, grab the second coin in the top middle. We are still in the off state, we're able to get out. Let's assume that we still have the Pokey at this point. Then we can... We still have a problem, which is that we still need to be big for the snowball throw. This doesn't really wind up circumventing anything, except if we manage to... Yeah, this doesn't wind up circumventing anything, really. Because we still have the same problem, which is that we need to be big, get through here. And it was a very easy solution to this in the previous version because we just built a bridge, but this looks like it was a hard stop to that. It still doesn't work because we need to be big. We're big for the snowball throw. We still don't have a way to toggle the on-off switch. If we can toggle the on-off switch before we do the snowball throw, that would be great. But we can't because we're small at that point. We have no way to get big again. Unless we... Yeah. No, hang on. We need to rethink some assumptions here. Are we correct in assuming that Fuzzy Shell, for instance, should be first? Maybe we're not. Maybe that's a mistake. Now we need to kind of rethink the whole thing from first principles. Because supposing that we... P... Now, yeah, and if we kill the piranha early, we revert to the state that we had in the previous puzzle where we have no damage source after the snowball throw. We're assuming that we need a damage source after the snowball throw because at that stage we have the state set off and we need to turn it back on. If the state is already on prior to the snowball throw, how do we get that? How do we get that? The only way that I can think of is to grab the fire flower while you're already on the on state. But without having something like the P-switch trapped inside. The only way to do that is to dislodge the fire flower up here. So can we dislodge the fire flower with a different object? Snowball doesn't have collision. How is inaccessible at that point? That will not be it. The thing we really needed to do was somehow use the P-switch to yeah, the thing we really needed to figure out how to do was use the P-switch to bump the flower all the way up to the bridge so it's able to sit on the bridge by itself. I don't see a way to do it. So we're basically stuck with the same sequence that we had earlier. Unless there's something I can do to displace the plant a little bit differently. And yeah, I think that even if you had POW and P here, you'd still not be able to jump over, because that's the only other possibility I can think of, is that we would still be able to make the P jump the way that we did in the previous solution. But it looks like, you know, the conveyor belt is specifically trying to prevent that. Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect this, you know, kind of proper solution to be that much harder than the cheesy one, but, or, well, what we now know to be the cheesy one. You know, it felt totally valid at the time. Okay. So, P-switch, fire flower. So the idea is, can we get the fire flower and the P-switch out of this box at the same time? So we can toggle it back on without having obtained the fire flower yet. I don't see how it can be done. But maybe if we go close enough with P-switch to kind of do the bounce back on it. Toss? No. Won't be it. Snowball is available as a resource, potentially, but we just don't know how it's going to go. Yeah, it can't sneak under it. No. Nope. On-off switch. Fire flower. Maybe. If we kind of run up the P-switch, grab it on the way out. Thank you for the follow. We don't have a queue open today, but I am running viewer levels tomorrow. If you want to come back at around the same time tomorrow, we will have the open queue. Today, I'm just spending as much time as I need to try to solve puzzles, so we aren't running the bot, but you're quite welcome to come by again. We do run viewer levels on a fairly regular basis. So we take the Pokey, we turn it into Snowball. Snowball doesn't collide with anything. It's the coin. I feel like the outrunning is probably still the best solution, but you have to do so much just to get back to that point, just to try something that may or may not work. Because, you know, between the conveyor belt and this thing here, I don't know, because the way that the slope is set up here, I feel like there are many things here that are set up specifically to try to prevent outrunning. And this change here with the clouds in the middle too, I wonder what specifically that is trying to prevent. If there's some way that I can push myself into the bumper, for instance, using something like the POW. I absolutely do not see it. absolutely don't see that. We're down to 100 seconds. We're going to hit timeout for this one, but we go back to the same sequence we had before. Well, here's the thing. We can hit P-switch. We can drop the Pokey. Again, even if we leave the Pokey alive, that doesn't solve my problem. If we drop the Pokey, so what? It allows me to take damage, but then I have no way to grow again to send things through. So I'm thinking, you know, is there a way to prevent the Piranha Plant from getting killed? Like some way to do a displacement. With something like the P-switch. You know what, we have to try this. We have to try this. I have to activate the P-switch though, so it can't be that. Nope. It actually goes over. That tells me something pretty specific, which is that if we did the displacement in the off state, we would be able to run through. What have we had? Fuzzy Shell and Fire Flower. We take damage on a Piranha Plant in the middle. Then we're small. No, that doesn't work because we're still not big for the snowball. This was the idea. Yeah, no, that doesn't work because we need... So the idea was we grab the Fire Flower now, let's say. No, because we don't have the P-switch. We would have to have the P-switch outside first. Do that. We're going to redo the sequence just to make some radical changes to what we're doing, just to see if maybe there's a big strategic blind spot from adhering to the previous order that I had. I mean, we know how to just drop the Piranha Plant into the bottom middle. It absolutely doesn't help. Or does it? Because we'd be able to push it left, but we can't push it right. I wonder if I should have pushed this left. But then we would need to do Snowball before P-switch. P-switch would then kill... Yeah, why are we putting the Piranha on the right side? Why don't we just push it to the left? Get it out of the way and do Snowball first once we have the flower. The concern was that I would be forced to kill the Piranha later, but... And then we're not really getting any use out of it with the head bump here. Is to defeat the whole purpose of keeping the Piranha alive to the end in the first place. Because we just have to kill it once we have the Fire Flower, right? Can't really revert state, but... we'd be able to do the Snowball interaction first. This is the idea. Problem with that is that we don't have a damage source after that, do we? Yes, we do if we hit the P-switch. And go around... Yeah, no we don't, because we would need... Oh, what is the problem? The Fire Flower would kill the Piranha. No, the Fire Flower specifically would kill the Piranha before we're able to take damage off of it. Yeah, this doesn't work. This idea, for a couple of reasons, does not function. But the idea was, whoops, No, that's not the idea. Hang on. We made a big mess of this. Yeah, because the assumption thus far has been that I have to displace the piranha to the right and keep it alive. And that keeping it alive as a damage source is what allows me to complete the maneuver. But the problem is that it's being displaced down here. Being displaced down here in such a way that a snowball is going to whack it. And so far the assumption has been that I have to just roll with that in a very literal sense. But what if we don't? What if we change some positioning here? Well, Piranha's going to wind up in the middle, then we're going to take damage. And that's going to be a problem. However, if we hit the P-switch, it kills the Piranha. And then that still gets me back into the same problem of having no damage source after I throw the snowball. Like, the Piranha has to be alive after the snowball throw. That's the thing that we're aiming for, is we need to set up the Piranha in such a way that it survives the snowball throw. Because it's the only thing on the map that will allow me to take damage after the snowball throw. But the only reason we need to take damage is to do a final reversion of the on-off state. So if we manage to change that, and change when the final on-off activation is going to happen, then we have an alternative. But, like, you would basically need on state, get flower. Otherwise you can't go through the middle. Actually, I don't know if that's a sound assumption. Let's bump this up first. So you have the off state. Well, no, you need a P switch, otherwise you can't go around. No, I still think everything is set up to dump the flower on the right side as part of the intended sequence. Push the Piranha to the left. Grab the P-switch. Use the P-switch. We need the P-switch to displace the flower. Do we need to displace the flower? Yes. But only because... Let's try it without. I'm going to try late P-switch this time. We're going to try things in a completely different order just to see if it makes any sense. Yeah, this is the first problem that we're running into. That with no P-switch, we can't take the snowball around currently. However, if we move the snowball down first before we do any of this, then yes, we can. Then we have the snowball on the outside without the P-switch. We hit the coin. However, in order to continue past that point, we need the P-switch to be available. Which means that we need an accessible damage source after the snowball is thrown, which means the Piranha has to be in the open, or we have the P-switch available. Hitting the P-switch, however, is going to kill the Piranha and remove the damage source, so the Piranha has to be on the outside. Therefore, the Piranha does have to be deflected into the exterior. Yeah, There's a lot about this that doesn't work. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it's actually incredible just how much tighter this is in some ways than the previous version. But I guess, you know, it's a little more closely funneled to the intended solution. Maybe intended solution is just outrunning. But it feels like outrunning is just not even close. And it feels inelegant too, so. Okay, so, yeah. I do have a little bit of tunnel vision here, I think, for the existing method that I have. Okay. Let's go through here. Toggle. No, the only reason to toggle is while we would get the fire flower, we'd be able to throw snowball. We would not be able to go fast enough to stop the snowball. We never really did figure out what the snowball drop interaction is, actually. Maybe we should figure that out. Just gonna do a quick experiment here. We can place this safely. Yeah, this is not a serious attempt. We're just going to try this. He bounces off the snowball. Okay. That seems potentially significant. But we don't have an object now for displacing the flower. But maybe we can do this to manipulate the way that we are bouncing the P. Seems awfully specific. Okay, try this again. It'd be funny if it's actually just the first thing I tried and gave up on a long, long time ago. Which is just outrunning the thing. So the solution that I had previously was grabbing the P, pushing Piranha to the right side. It really feels like there's a lot that's designed around that expectation, like the spring here, has offset precisely to punch the Piranha through. We're not going to be able to access that whole push interaction in the off state, so the wall here is going to be an issue. No particular reason to go fire flower first. We do know that it's possible to send a Piranha over this gap. We're extremely careful. Like, we basically do little pushes, and then we do one big push at the end. But the thing is, if we send it over this gap, even if we do send it over the gap, we run into issues with getting around it afterwards. Because we can't really drop the P through it. You know, Snowball's not going to work as an obstruction. No. I felt like we had this whole thing mapped out ages ago, and at this point I really feel like we should just go back to trying to execute outrunning the snowball. Because it's the only possibility I can think of that even looks like the solution. And we haven't found anything superior to that in all the time that we've been working on this to try to find some kind of alternative. And so we know we can toggle this. Let's just go back to what we were doing before. For the moment. See if any other ideas present themselves. Yeah, the fact that we still haven't used a POW is concerning. it has to be snowball throw followed by a damage source. I wonder if it's possible to do something like a... Well, no, you have to activate the P-switch, so it's not... But I wonder what happens if we bump the P-switch directly onto Piranha. Do we get an overlap or a bounce, or does it just sit on it? I should know this. No, we need to toggle first of all, before we can try that. Whoops. It was a mistake, but not a crippling one. Here's the thing. If we can get the P-switch to overlap to Piranha, which we can't, then I was hoping that would stop the snowball. And we take damage through the Piranha on top of the P-switch. Like, if we can get a P-switch to be there under the Piranha somehow. But we can't, because we knocked the Piranha down there in the first place to have access to the P. There are two ice blocks here. Potentially. If we maybe nudge the Piranha to the left and can figure out a way to destroy the ice without killing it. Like, push it to the left, grab the Fire Flower, and then hit the top ice block. And then find some way to hit the bottom ice block without hitting the flower. Yeah, no. That all seems extremely unlikely. What do we just displace the flower partway? Such that we're still able to go up with the P-switch afterwards. But the thing is, I'm already small at that point, I would take damage. We're gonna see if this makes any sense. Oop. Okay, take the P. Now, the Piranha is so tall, I can't actually jump over it and live. Okay. That looks alright, except we can't go through it without, again, running into problems. Yeah, we can't actually do anything here. Unless we had some way to, you know, pull it back like that without taking damage. Actually, if we do that... Maybe there is something that would require us to pull back Piranha and deliberately take damage with it. It's not going to be here, though. Because the thing is, it's going to obstruct my way back down. Like, we have to bounce it, basically. If we do bounce it like that, let's experiment a little bit. Maybe we can lock it on the side. That would defeat the whole purpose, though, of having it available as a damage source. Okay, so we can grab the flower. Same interaction as before. I feel like we just need to do something to slow down the snowball. Do some kind of slow roll with it. Not exactly sure how that's going to happen. or what all the clouds are for. Maybe if we have... some way to basically roll it over to clouds, perhaps? I don't know. No. Flower. And thank you so much, Captain Redbeard. Welcome back. It's been a long, long time. Mostly because I've been fairly erratic all year. Yeah, so we've been playing 2 versions of this puzzle. I beat the first one very easily. The second one seemed to revise or de-cheese a couple of things, and the change it made has gotten me very, very stuck in some ways. There's just one thing I'm definitely missing now, because my previous solution doesn't work at all. So we've been stuck here a long time. I may have to bail on this one, just so we can play some other things. But, yeah, it's great to catch you here. Yeah, this is the first all-puzzle stream I've done since May, actually, because the last one I did was before Zelda kind of took over to stream all summer. And then I just hadn't really been back to it since. Because I kind of unexpectedly went off stream for much of November. Let's see what... Yeah. Thing is, I have a very clear plan A on this level. It's just one step away from working. And we've basically been running in circles trying to fix that step ever since. I've been at this one level probably for about an hour and a half or something now. Which is fine, because it's a puzzle, and that's what happens with puzzles. We lost a lot of attempts to execution mistakes as well. But yeah, maybe I should just kind of replay my current solution sequence just to kind of reestablish what it is we've been doing. And just try to retrace my steps and figure out what it is I could be missing. So plan A was this. Plan A was use the helmet. I'll probably bail on it after this attempt, just, well, assuming no disastrous execution mistakes. Take this, nudge this to the right. We've been doing this in some form for quite a while now. That drops all the way, and we know that. Then we toggle the switch. Then we bump the flower. Seems like we're not able to bump the flower all the way up to the bridge, which is a major impediment. We then grab the flower. Then we're able to unlock all this. Grab the POW, set it down, gives you enough room to run out. Then... oh yeah, if we don't get the snowball out while we're small, we have to get it out by looping around, but that's okay, that's functionally equivalent. There's no reason that we can't do things this way, as far as I can tell. But we do need to get a P out of here. And that particular press of the on-off switch has been a thing that's been ruining everything. That from this point, it seems like we have no way to toggle this back to on unless we take sufficient damage, and the problem with taking sufficient damage is that we have to be big in order to fire the snowball over to the pink coin. The snowball moves too quickly. It hits the piranha before we're able to reach the piranha to have one last damage source. Okay. So this guy over here. So I don't think there's any other damage source that I'm missing. And just neglecting to see. Because at this point we need to be big for the snowball throw. At least I think so. I don't know if maybe in that segment there I should have tried to grab the POW, but I would have needed to be small to get out of there with the POW. So plan A right now is we just have to try to outrun this. This is literally the first thing we tried and we just haven't gotten it to work at all. Oh, yeah, no, it just speeds all the way across. And then now I have no way to take damage and no way to hit the toggle the on-off switch. And so we are jammed. If I don't crouch, it's still really not able to get me through quickly enough, I think. Slope slows me down quite a bit too. And it's very likely to overshoot. So there are only a few different ways that this sequence can be corrected. A, the Piranha doesn't get down here in the first place. B, we somehow get into the on state before the snowball throw. We still have to be big for the snowball throw, but if we're already in the on state, then that's not an issue. The POW, of course, has been dangling here as an unused piece. We don't know what for. Maybe there's some kind of remote activation using a POW stack. One thing that we haven't really considered is whether it is possible to do some kind of remote activation of the on-off, but it doesn't seem so. At least it's not clear to me how that would work. One thing that we tried previously was creating a bridge here so that we can be small and get across. That doesn't work in this version because of the conveyor belt. I think we need to rethink this and go back to it. Because it's clear to me that outrunning probably doesn't work and probably isn't intended. There's quite a lot that's designed to slow you down. So the thing is, how do we place the Piranha somewhere else? Is it movable from this position? Probably not. Is it blockable from this position? Also probably not, because how would that work? Is there a way to obtain a coin that's not by the snowball? I don't think so. We can't see any other object that would be able to do that for me. Is there some way to squeeze myself down this column? Also doesn't seem so. But basically, the Pokey needs to die in order to have a snowball available. Having a snowball available allows me to do a throw. Getting to this point requires me to be big. Unless there is a way to take damage here. If, for example, we find a way to, I don't know, escort the Pokey and have a snowball available. Here, for instance. Like where we could take damage and also grab a snowball. So let's say it's on top of the clouds. Let's say we jump up towards it, we tap it, we would take damage. Taking damage, however, does prevent me from grabbing the snowball. But here's one idea, is what if we do a snowball grab here, but in a way that also allows me to take damage from the Pokey by dropping it in this spot using the P, for instance. How would I do that? Because let's say I take damage here. That's potentially one way to do it. But I take damage here, and the thing is, even a slight jump here is going to run into trouble. Then I need some way to get the snowball. That could be how we use the POW. If we can get the POW out of there. Now, if we can walk the Pokey over here, do a slight jump, take damage, POW it with a snowball. Well. But then maybe place the POW. Okay, so here's what it is. Maybe place the POW over here. Hit the POW. Because POW should be able to turn this Pokey into the snowball, right? Maybe that's the thing we're missing. When it comes to the question of how to use the POW, is we have the Pokey walking around over here, so we can tap it from below. Yeah, this is one thing that we haven't used. We've been using the cloud as an exit passage, but we don't need the cloud as an exit passage, because if we just wanted to exit, we could always go through here. It seems like the cloud is probably specifically here to allow us access to the Pokey if we drop it using the P, this coin. Okay, we have new ideas, so I want to try it now. But then Piranha is useless. If we're doing it this way, then there's no point in dropping the Piranha here in the first place. Because we're not going to be using it, right? If the idea is... Oh... What if we place the Piranha here and tap it from below? Okay, hang on. Hang on, we have an idea. I feel like I would have trouble jumping over it later, though, because the hitbox is just too big. So I don't think that's going to be it. But if we place a Piranha here, we can't really double back to the on-off switches. But if we hit the Piranha, go to the P switch, helmet would be peeled off. We put it over here. Then are we able to go around the Piranha somehow? Only if it's located here and only if we break this such that we have some room to jump over it. And even then that would be, I think, awfully precise. And then we have to push it back afterwards. I don't like it. We're going to try two things. Either we use the P-switch to drop the Pokey into the middle passage and then we bump it from below, or we place the Piranha here and we bump it from below. If we place the Pokey here, we don't need the Piranha for anything. It's just causing me trouble, right? So... at some point, well, and then I don't know why I would want to shell either then. Because we basically have to be big to get across here, but once we're big, we can take damage. And we would need to drop the Pokey to do that. Okay, so here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to tap. But then this basically just reverts back to a lot of the line of thinking in the previous version, which is that the Piranha, the spring, everything like that. The whole idea of placing a Piranha here is basically something we'd be treating as one massive red herring. Same with the helmet. That we're just not even using it, right? So makes me a little bit suspicious that this will not be the actual solution. Because... and one problem that we have here is being able to get the POW out of here, because we would need to be small in order to do that. Which actually tells me that this might not be it. At minimum, we need the Fire Flower. That was a mistake. That was incidentally. That was not what I wanted to do. At minimum, we need the Fire Flower to have access to the power in the first place. Which means the idea of taking damage on a snowball from below, taking damage from the Pokémon below, and then using a POW to turn it into a snowball is not something that will work. Because we won't have access to the POW at that point. We can't actually sneak out with the POW unless we're small, as far as I can tell. However, that's something that can be resolved using the Shelmet. That still doesn't explain how we can use the Piranha. I think the Piranha does need to remain alive a little bit longer as a damage source then. Even after we use the Fire Flower and everything up here. Basically, if I can displace the Piranha a little bit differently. We're gonna... Okay, no, we're going to displace the Piranha a little bit differently. Let's see if we figure this out. So I'm killing it outright, but we have a bit of a logical problem that arises from that. No, I want to drop it in the middle. See what takes this. Oh. That is fine. Break it. Then we want to create the Piranha as a damage source in this location. In order to do that, we need to go around, grab the Fire Flower. No, we need to hit the P first. Push the Piranha to the left. And can we go around it without taking damage? Not sure that we can. Because when we would need to toggle again. But basically, if we're big and if we have... Basically, can I get over to the on-off switch safely? I'm not sure. I don't know if I can get around this. What if we do a soft drop with a snowball? It would just die, right? It would just die. We have nothing to throw. Yeah, we basically have a problem, which is that we need to be small in order for the POW to be usable. Unless we have a remote activation on the POW, that's only going to happen by way of the snowball, and we can't do it in that order. But I'm beginning to like the idea of jumping through the cloud here, like getting here when you're big, jumping through the cloud, taking damage that way. That way you take damage before the snowball throw. But who's going to stand there? If it's not the plant, then it has to be the Pokey. If it's the Pokey, then you don't have access to the snowball. Unless you take damage... Unless you have some other way of hitting the POW, I guess. Then you have to be small to get the POW out of there. How, then? And moreover, you have to be Fire Flower, then small. Maybe. Maybe. This assumption could be wrong. Maybe I do just have to rebuild the bridge here anyway. Okay, place the pokey here. Jump through. Hit it. I mean, it's not going to be with the helmet, though. If it is with the helmet, then you would just bounce it. However, you do bounce it. Okay, let's go back to this idea, even though... Whoops. Yeah, because if you have the Fire Flower, you do the Fire Flower MP sequence over here first. You would absolutely need to toggle the on-off switch at least once. So doing this sequence won't work, because Fire Flower will completely obstruct your way. Not the Fire Flower, the Piranha Plant will completely obstruct your way over to the switch itself. Unless I am able to take an additional point of damage somehow, and I don't see how that will happen. See, this is the problem, is that I kind of had I was about to quit this, and I suddenly saw the possibility of, taking damage through the cloud, and then now I'm trying to figure out how to set that up. But that's missing one step, which is how do you get the POW out? Maybe there's some kind of movement trick here that they can do to get it to work. Or you go flower first. You go flower first. Then you have a problem, which is that the P-switch hasn't been obtained. What if you obtain a P-switch but then leave the Piranha Plant in place here instead of trying to displace it? And then it's still available as a damage source if needed later. The problem is you need to be small in order to grab the POW. If you have the Fire Flower, you hit the coins. To pop out, take some damage, come back, grab the POW, but then you're no longer big for the snowball. We've been in such a loop of reasoning. I may need to write this down properly, just to see how to break the cycle, because it seems like we have this cycle of dependencies, basically, in terms of what needs to be done before what else, and I'm not sure where the flawed assumption is. Because I was thinking, P-switch, drop the Pokey, Pokey walks here, hit it from underneath, take damage. Yeah, I think the tunnel vision is kind of getting to me here. We might need to put this one down and return to it. But deflect the Piranha to the right, as before. Then set it away. Then yeah, we still have a huge problem here. What if you go Piranha left? Piranha left? Then it gets killed by the P-switch later. That doesn't really help. Poke will go down here. We still don't have access to POW at that point. We need something that will damage me right here. the Pokey is here, we need to POW on hand to turn it into a snowball. That means we need to be big with the POW. Maybe there's something mechanical that I can do in order to grab the POW and slide through with it. But it does seem like that's likely to be prevented with everything over here. I mean, ideally, I'm able to take an additional point of damage, and then I pull the Piranha back somehow. But then I need to access the on-off switch in order to get to the Fire Flower to begin with. Go up, you take the P-switch, a couple of damage frames here, and then if I pull right, what if it's a faulty assumption that I'm getting the helmet this early to begin with, and that I can do something else with a helmet bump? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be killing this guy right away. I think we do need him alive. We just... Speaking of which... maybe we can do some kind of P displacement this way, with other objects as well. It wasn't happening with the flower, though. But, we do manage to deflect the flower. We're in business. Nope. Not really. Okay, let's say we grab the flower. Put this guy down here. Thing is, if we're in the off state, as long as we hit the P, we can make it across. With the flower intact, then we hit the POW, grab the POW in the off state. Then we would need to be small to grab the POW. It doesn't work. Like, maybe if we slide this way. It absolutely doesn't work. Like, at any given point, the POW can give me a snowball. At any given point, we can walk that across. It still doesn't work. I think the last thing we're going to try is we're going to try to build a bridge again, just to see if maybe the... You know, you'd have kind of a 2-tile gap here, but maybe if you do the P-jump, it actually would send you across if you're small. That's the only thing I can think of. And basically that would be equivalent to the previous solution, it's just that, you know, we would be doing it in a way that is slightly harder because you cross a 2-tile gap. That's the only thing I can think of at this point. I think we're probably going to bail on this if this doesn't work. But it does seem like we're circumventing too much of the puzzle if we're not doing the whole thing with the Piranha bounce to the right. If we do bail on this one soon, we will have time to maybe look at least one more puzzle. Possibly more. I had a list I wanted to get through today. Of course, we have been doing this one the whole time. So much for the best laid plans. That's... yeah, we're going to try to do it while small, I think. And see if it works at all. And however, the problem, as with the previous version, is that we only have one shot at it before we have to repeat the whole puzzle, because if we miss the P jump, then basically the P switch is gone and we're stuck and nothing happens. So. Now the fact that we have the helmet this time, though, might be potentially useful for doing some kind of keep-outs. Thank you so much for the follow. Also, the fact that the piranha is no longer in the way here tells me that we can just throw the snowball. Wait, if we can just throw the snowball, then what's the big deal? Big deal is that we need to activate the P-switch, and to activate the P-switch we need to be able to toggle the on-off switch twice. Otherwise it's stuck there. If we can somehow fish out the P-switch, then we're in much better shape. But then that's been the whole challenge to begin with. Is that we don't have a way to fish out the P-switch. We hit the P-switch while dropping the Pokey. Okay, toggle this. Yeah, the problem is we toggle this, we grab the P-switch, we get the P-switch out, and the issue is that from that point on we have no way to toggle the switch again. Unless it is the case that we have to be small and we stack everything. Like... let's say we do this. So this is what we did with the previous version, was that we just laid this down and we built a bridge. Oh, we're going to get the power out if we're going to do that. And the idea is that, yeah, I don't think it's going to work at all. The distances are just too uncooperative. Even with the P-switch stopping the conveyor. Oh, now we're stuck. Okay, no, we can get out. Nope, now we... well, so much for that. You know what? It's crossable. It's crossable with just a POW. If you hit the P-switch, it's crossable with just a POW. Okay, we're doing it that way. But that seems like it's pretty time intensive. Because we would be burning a lot of time on the P-switch just getting the POW to be in that place again. We have to run across it with a snowball. Well, you know what? It actually does work. But then if we just got the P jump as well, POW plus P, yeah, maybe we just needed to repeat the original solution that we had, and that was all there was to it. You know what? Let's just ignore the helmet and the piranha again. And try to bash our heads against this until the execution works. Okay. But yeah, even with the conveyor there, it totally works. But it feels like we're not doing the intended solution of that, unless the piranha plant was just this massive red herring the whole time. Okay, grab this. Grab this. Drop. Run. Back. Come back. Okay. We want to take damage and we want to be small. Then we leave the snowball here. So now I'm just replicating the solution I had previously. I assumed all this time that the conveyor belt killed the previous solution, and then now we're thinking, okay, you know what, we'll just do the exact same thing as the other version. That might actually be the most workable thing we've come up with. Leave it on. And then we just need to place it in such a way yeah, given the POW's positioning earlier, the P-jump should work. Let's toggle this first. Let's toggle this. And then we'll just run it. We will just run it. We need a snowball, though. Let's not forget that. Okay, we're going to try to do it with the P-jump. Did not work. I think I just missed the input. Hang on. But we know the distance... We know the distance should work, because, I mean, we ran off the POW, obviously that's a little bit different than trying to do it with the P-jump, but... And, of course, we could always just revert the order as well. That doesn't work, where we land on the P first to get on the POW, and then... We know that the P switch would freeze the POW in that position. So even if we hit the P first, then the POW remains in the middle position, and then we might be able to land on top of it and get a jump. So we'll do POW in the middle, then P. So if we hit the P first, it's not a dead attempt. We can still try to fall into the POW and jump across that way. Okay, kill. Then... flower. And then I will just do things as before. And then drop, run. Okay. Next is need to be small. And we'll turn this into a snowball. And then we're going to get the P out of here. We need to get the POW out of here too. And we're gonna go... Oh, no, here's the problem with trying to drop the P before the POW, is that we previously had the P in the middle because we could stand on top of the POW to drop the P. We can't stand on top of the P to drop the POW. Doesn't work. Unless we do something with just... Yeah, that's not gonna work. We don't want to accidentally activate a P either, so... No, POW has to go first, and then we have to do the P-jump. Okay, so never mind. We still have to do the P-jump. That's alright, we'll attempt it again. Nope. Missed it. I don't know if it's that we hit the ceiling, or if that was just late on the P-jump. Possibly I was late on the P-jump, because now it's placed so far over that probably won't work. However, if we hit the P and just place the POW patiently, then pick up a snowball, run across. The main problem with that is that we might not have enough time before the P-switch expiry to get all the way up to the top left, as we burn a lot of time trying to place the POW, grab the snowball, run to the left, throw the snowball, jump up. Yeah, it's a lot of time over the course of 10 seconds. We don't need help. Let's try it again. We have been on this for so long. But And I feel like this solution is probably still not the intended solution. Also, we don't need the helmet. Let's... What's it? Down. Okay. Round. And then grab this one. Then... Oh, no. Let's go down here again. Okay, now that we've done that, we evacuate the P. Yeah, we don't even need to place it here necessarily because we'll be placing the POW. Instead, let's oh, we have to take damage. Grab a snowball. Okay, snowball we'll have available somehow. We'll need to place objects strategically to get this to work. The idea will be hit the P, place the POW, grab the snowball. In which case, snowball should probably go up here. And let's just figure out where the POW placement is going to happen, just so I have an idea of where to stand. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. Because let's say we placed a P here. What if we try to bounce the POW on top like that? Whoops, no. Snowball might need to be a lot closer. Okay. Oop. Too much jumping, come on. Nope. Too many execution problems. You see, that it clearly should work. But it's an absolute pain to execute. Probably because it's not the intended solution, but the seeming path to the intended solution with the Piranha Bounce as an extra damage source also seems incredibly fussy to execute, so... I don't really like either of these options. Because, and it happens so late in the level too, is that you have this... No matter which approach we're taking, we have this, you know, do or die test that blows up the whole attempt. If we're off by even a little bit. Which makes me feel like I'm missing something, because most puzzles, you know, if you run into something like that, that's usually a sign that you're missing some kind of logical interaction. Depending on how well designed a puzzle is, I mean, not all of them are necessarily. But we'll try it again. Okay. Alright, we'll do this. Middle coin. As before. Again, you know, the fact that I solved the first version might be contributing a bit of tunnel vision here when it comes to the solution space that we've been considering, and so that's a definite risk when you kind of feel like you solved something the first time and then you see it with minor adjustments. You kind of feel like you should be taking the same approach, and then you start missing the things that you should be seeing along the way instead. Anyway, let's drop this. Yeah, we just spent so much time flailing around in the previous attempt trying to drop everything into proper place. Didn't work well at all. Let's get everything in place, though. Basically, we want the POW to be available. We want to hit the P. No. You see execution mistakes all over. That is the least fun thing about playing puzzles, is when you are just trying to do something to get to point A to point B, and then, you know, one missed input just blows up the whole thing. I do love playing puzzles, but the execution element is always just a whole lot of time spent pushing buttons. Which I suppose is what video games are, but, you know, you get the idea. I do find the cerebral element of the puzzle much more interesting than actually having to do anything with it. Alright, let's have the flower. I can't believe how long I've been at this. This is only to go back to my original idea anyway, after so much fooling around. No, come on. Probably missed something big too. Like, it takes so many attempts just to set up the thing that I want to do. And... well, that works at least. That is not bouncing me all over the place. Let's not kill it yet, we do need to take damage. Okay, now let's set up. Doesn't matter where I hit the P-switch as long as I am within a reasonable range to throw objects. Obviously it's better if the snowball is within easy reach. Nope, and then if I miss, then we just miss. If I miss, we just miss. Like, and I know from a previous attempt that we're able to make that jump with a POW if it's sitting in the middle of the belt. Like, we were able to do it. And there's no way it's the intended solution, but we don't care at this point. I just kind of wanted, you know, we're just so tantalizingly close. I just want to solve it and get out of here. But we saw so many possibilities that we're not doing, basically, because we didn't see a path of least resistance. Okay. Yeah, like I said, there's no way this is the intended solution, but it clearly works, at least in theory. We have seen all the constituent parts of it to make it work. We just haven't been able to flow through the whole thing yet. Go. Wrap around again. The thing is, as soon as you kill the P-switch, you've got no second attempt at it. Basically just get one shot. It's about 2 minutes into the puzzle, even if we play it fairly efficiently. Okay, we have all the pieces we need. Let's, first of all, make sure we don't step on a P yet. Let's get everything in place. So yeah, basically we need to drop the POW, get the run with Snowball. That gets me across. Throw the Snowball to the right, then jump up and then grab this coin before the P expires. We need to do this all in 10 seconds. We can do it. But we can't afford to flub the jump. Like, if we flub the jump, then this is just dead. No. No, we can't get out of here. We're stuck here with a Snowball. We have to do it again. The POW needs to be slightly over. It was a little too far to the right. We know it can be done. We know that jump is absolutely valid. We have done it before. And yeah, Red Knight, we have one opportunity, but this is also definitely not the intended solution. It was my solution to the previous version, and it was something that the conveyor belt is clearly meant to try to debug this. But the thing is, the closest attempt that we had at what looked like the intended solution kind of went badly, and also seemed to run into a major execution problem near the end. But I can kind of demonstrate that to you if you're curious about our progress so far. I am going to try to clear it my way first, though, if we can do it. I said about an hour ago, okay, no, we're going to bail on this, but then we saw some possibilities, and now I'm still stuck here. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, so the only way a Bonafide Pirate that you can grab this coin here on the right is to throw a Snowball from the left. So there are only two ways to do it. Either A, you are big, so you have the mushroom or the fire flower, and you go left, and you drop down below, and you throw. That's clearly supposed to be the intended solution. The problem with that is that afterwards, you need to hit the on-off switch. To hit the on-off switch, you need to be small. In order to be small, you need to take damage. There are only two ways to take damage in this level. One is from the Pokey, one is from the Piranha Plant. And we were trying to set it up with a Piranha Plant, and we couldn't get it to work. Because basically there's something really, really time sensitive if you're trying to do it with a Piranha Plant. So that's one way of doing it, is you go across here while you're big, you drop down, you throw the Snowball. The other way, which I'm trying, and which I did in the previous version of the level when I cleared it just before this one on this stream, is to build a bridge over here that keeps you above the one-way panels with a run and a jump. We did it previously with a P-jump, we're trying to do it with the POW now. I know that the jump can be done because we have done it previously with the POW while the conveyor was stopped. The problem is that that is also very time sensitive and you only get one shot. But yes, we are trying to stay... Basically, as long as your head is above the one-way gate, you can go through. And we need to get through that with a Snowball. And that's what we've been trying for a while now. Okay. Let's do this again. Yeah, there are a couple of things in this level that, you know, if they were just slightly different, then suddenly something is much easier, but that's what happens. The conveyor was not in the earlier version, Red Knight, no. The conveyor seems like it was specifically trying to debug the thing I'm trying to do now, which is make it across the platform. Yeah, the previous version I found actually pretty easy to solve. The conveyor is the most significant change in this version, and it has blown up a lot of stuff. Although I know in theory, at least, that the same method actually works, just with a slight adjustment. And you'll notice I'm ignoring the helmet and ignoring the piranha. That's part of what is probably the intended solution, and I think I do see most of it, but I couldn't execute it. Okay. Let's get across here. Take damage. Okay. Let's set up. Pow needs to be a little closer to the middle this time, I think. Cheesing the anti-cheese, yeah, pretty much. That's the last resort. Okay, see if we can do it. Oh, we actually absolutely had it. I just fell off the edge. The middle placement here absolutely works. We absolutely had it. I just missed a jump. And we're back here again. So I'm going to walk through the supposedly intended solution once just so you can see it quickly, because that also runs into a massive execution problem that I couldn't figure out. It seems like you do this. You bump the piranha over to the right. Whoop. This is what we figured out. You bump it, and then there are huge execution traps all over this thing too. Then you do something very similar to what you did before. By bumping this guy over here. Then I'm going to drop the snowball in advance just to get it out of the way. But basically the piranha allows you to have a damage source now, which is very important. Let's try not to drop this down a slope. And then what we do is we grab the flower and grab the middle coin. Nope. Oh. Like I said, massive execution mistakes. Yeah, good luck making it out of this one. Thank you, Captain Redbeard. This has been no problem. You uploaded a couple more escape rooms recently. I will have to look at that. Thanks for letting me know, because I will try to schedule them in. I'll see if I can get through any in December, because one thing I've been telling people is that I am going to be mainly switching to Mario Maker 1 starting in January, just so we can squeeze in as much as we can before the service shut down in April. So anything I don't get to in December might have to wait quite a bit longer. Anyway, the seemingly intended method is to drop the piranha, so you can use it as a damage source to become small again when you hit the on-off switch. I was trying to demonstrate that just now, but it's a, one execution trap after another, because the piranha's standing here the whole time. Which is why we burnt so much time on this level, was that we kept running into little stumbles here and there that forced a reset. And we've been resetting through this thing for, 3 hours now, I think. Okay. It can't possibly be that interesting to watch, but I'm very grateful for everybody who's sticking around anyway. Because this can't possibly be fun to watch, to be honest. But we're doing it. You're staying to see if I can clear it, I'm sure. And I'm very grateful. One mustn't suffer through this alone. Drop and run. That we figured out quickly, at least. Okay. You like watching a good puzzle like this? I'm glad. Well, I am here to provide. It is pretty interesting, but I was clearly missing one significant step in the intended solution, and I was running into so many execution mistakes. I was kind of running out of gas with that. Let's... Oh, wow. Come on. Yeah, you'll see that, there's a little burner offset at the beginning of this level precisely to make sure the plant drop gets knocked down into the bottom right slot. That's all this does, and it tells me that that's clearly something that has to be accounted for, but how exactly, we still don't know. And I was trying to demonstrate just a few moments ago how that seemingly intended solution looks, but like I said, it's just one massive nightmare of execution mistakes, and so... Not that this is much better, this thing I'm trying over here. Not that it's much better. Okay. Let's try it again. We'll drop the POW close to the middle this time. We need to try not to overshoot it. Oh, that's too far. That's too far. Come on. We're not going to make the timing this time. Yeah, Crazy Wreck. A lot of purple ketchup around here. Isn't that just plum sauce? I guess it's not really purple. I guess plums are purple, but plum sauce is kind of orangish brown. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, what are we doing? Yes, we're going to try to execute this solution. It clearly is possible. And then, you know, if this is re-uploaded again with yet another fix to try to de-cheese this, then we'll just have to bash our heads against it some more. But oh yeah, we actually did need the helmet. Let's put this for a moment. We want the flower. No, we want the P, and then we want the flower. Let's stay focused here. Yeah. It's slightly maddening because, you know, I know that this jump can absolutely be made. And we have done it. But we have to do it in a fairly time-sensitive fashion. We have one shot holding a snowball, running over to POW, jumping over here, throwing the snowball to the right, jumping back up, grabbing the coin on the top left. And so there's quite a lot that needs to be done to make this work. Okay. Hang on. Get this. Oh, nope. I'd made that mistake more than once as well. We need the damage source, so we can't just kill that right away. We do need it available. But yeah, at this point, you know, I'm just trying to execute on plans that we've made a long time ago, so there's not even that much to talk about. Apart from reiterating it for people who came in later. Okay, up we go. And up we go. Okay, let's be careful here. Yeah, we don't need the fire flower anymore, so let's drop this. Go snowball, and then we'll set everything up. Oh, no, we need to get the P-switch out first. Then we set everything up. Let's grab the POW as well. Just get everything in approximately the place we need. Then... Okay. No! I made the jump and I accidentally released a snowball. We had it. We absolutely had it. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. This is how puzzles usually go for me, incidentally, that we see a solution and then... I always joke that, you know, we got the solution, now time for half an hour of execution mistakes. And the thing is, I should stop joking about that because it actually does happen every single time. It's gotten to the point where every time it happens, I say on the stream, I should stop joking about that. And we haven't stopped joking about that because, honestly, it's still funny. Just in a very perverse way. Okay. We're at a lot more than half an hour of execution mistakes at this point. On this level. There are just so many traps all over this. Very easy to be complacent. Okay, let's place everything. Gonna give myself a little bit more room to work with. So we don't accidentally bump things. Okay, that seems a little too far. That's a little too far. Well, like I said, at this point there's nothing else to talk about. Level-wise, we're just trying to get it done. Yeah, afterwards I will maybe try to sketch out the seemingly intended solution again, but like I said, the intended solution also has a massive execution challenge in it. Or so it seems. I think it's an execution challenge. If it's not, then I don't know what it is. It has a totally different execution challenge. By the looks of it. I might just be missing something big. But... okay. Let's try this again. Let's, oh yeah, we need to jump across this way. Let's be small now just to minimize issues. And then... yeah, we need to hit the on-off to grab the P. Let's just place things in order so we don't have any accidental kicks and screams. Yeah, I don't want to, you know, accidentally step on things and activate them too early, so let's be extra diligent about this. Let's watch. I'm going to try not to fall on the snowball by accident. There's a real risk there. Okay, that's gotta do it. Okay. Now, I think it's just a GG screen. We saw that in the previous version, but... oh, yeah, no, on-off switch one more time. How did I toggle this one last time? Is that an accident? I don't know. But anyway, we don't care. We got it. And, yeah, we have the POW, so we can grab to 50. We actually don't need to POW to grab to 50 because we have vines. I'm so glad to be out of this one. I will try to show you the supposedly intended solution so you can see what the obstacle was. But we got the clear, we're stamping it. I'm almost certain that was still a cheese. You know, by the standards of the designer, but thank you so much for the GG. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. I want to play at least one more level today. Just to, you know, restore my own sanity. But anyway, yeah, seemingly the intended solution is this, that you bump the piranha, and then take damage, and then bump the piranha to the right. The burner offset on the sideways trampoline is specifically set up to drop the piranha into this trap. Then you go through a very similar sequence as before, with a slight modification. I'll try to show you what that is. Like I said, this trampoline leading to the piranha plant is one massive execution trap that we have to be aware of now. I also think that, yeah, there was one other change here that we needed to be aware of. Oh yes, so we're assuming that we need to be big, that we have to have the mushroom state holding the snowball to get across here. We can do that. But first we're going to hit the snowball just to make sure it's available. Try not to kick it by accident. I might have to place it... Yeah, we want to place it somewhere on the right side of the level just so we don't have to deal with it too much. Now we grab the middle coin, and then we do the same kind of sequence with the P-switch to try to grab the top left. And then I'll show you what the problem is with this method, because it runs into a very serious problem. Whoops. And I'll also show you why we needed the piranha plant there, and why the piranha plant is relevant to this level at all. Which is that if you... well, first of all, I have to take 1 point of damage. I have to be very careful about this. Hang on. Very, very careful. Okay, so here's the difficulty, is that we need the off state in order to access the P-switch, as we know. And we need the P-switch in order to grab the coin on the top left. That's all fine and good. The problem is that we need to switch off back to on. So we can do things in two orders. We can take the snowball now, since we're big, and we can try to hit the coin. But then the snowball is going to kill the piranha, and we don't have a way to take damage to be small again. It happens regardless of what order you do things in. You can do things in this order, where you hit the P, and then try to, come on, get up to the coin before it's too late. Okay, just pretend that we got the coin. Just pretend that we got the coin. Because I clearly couldn't even execute that. So, pretend we got the coin because we didn't totally blow the whole P-switch sequence here, and then we have to do this. But the problem is, we need to find some way to either stop the snowball from killing the piranha, or outrun the snowball and hit the piranha first, because the way I'm seeing this, we must take damage in order to hit this off switch. Unless there's some way that I can, you know, crush myself with an object to squeeze myself through or something. We must hit the off switch, because otherwise we don't have access to the key door. That plus the massive execution blunder just now while I was trying to demonstrate this. But you see, that's the issue with this method, is that we don't know what the solution is to seemingly having to outrun the snowball to hit the piranha plant, or seemingly having to keep the piranha plant alive so the snowball doesn't whack it. And we never managed to figure that out. There were a few ideas I had, like maybe placing the pokey over here so we could be big and hit it from below, but then we don't have a way to grab the snowball. We would need to take damage and get the snowball. You know, if we go across this gate while big, and then become small over here before we attack the piranha. And you see, that idea doesn't work because we're not using the piranha, right? Like, the whole purpose of the piranha is to give yourself some kind of damage after the Pokey is already gone and off the board. If we're not doing that, there's no purpose to keeping the piranha alive in the first place. The whole point is that we need to take a point of damage after the snowball has been used. And so something about the piranha placements or the on-off sequence doesn't work here. And we couldn't figure out what that was. So that's why we spent literally hours trying to solve that problem before I just decided to revert to my earlier solution. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. I usually try to end around 4 hours, but I said I'd do one more, so I'll make something that's hopefully short. But they're puzzles, so you never know. We could be here for another few hours. Who's got the clear so far? Yeah, Sir Select and Grikowski, no surprise there. I assume that maybe this was on Grikowski's stream last time, given his name's on it as a previous playtester. As you can see, far fewer clears than here. But also not that many plays because this was just uploaded yesterday, it seems? Oh, yesterday, huh, okay. Maybe this has been revised multiple times already, actually, for all I know. And maybe it will have to be revised again because I can still beat the conveyor belt. Have I played a snowball level? I haven't. I have it on my list. I don't know. I mean, we can take a look at it. I don't know if it's one that's reputed to be very hard or time-consuming, Red Eye. If you think it's going to take me hours, then maybe we'll shelve it for now. But I'm a couple of levels behind with Sir Schlecht, and so I did have a couple of them on my to-do list. We can take an initial look at it, actually. Or, oh, it kept you busy, okay. I think maybe I should do a fresh start with it on a new stream then. We'll do another one instead. I'm actually going to bring up Grikowski's code, speaking of him, because most of the time I can do his fairly quickly, you know, say within half an hour or so, because he tunes them pretty consistently. And we are a few behind. I think some of them were re-uploads of puzzles I had solved previously. But we are, yeah, behind on these 4 for some reason. On-off is a revision, and I've been told a very big revision of something that he had made long ago. His first puzzle, actually. Heterochromia, for those of you who play Fire Emblem Engage. I think we'll just go in chronological order, and we'll start with Mopow's Mole Problems. I don't think this is one I had played previously. Sometimes the ones, like I said, that I haven't played are ones that I play-tested in an earlier form, but I don't remember this one, so let's see it. And we'll get through at least one of these, I hope. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad to be playing a puzzle that's not the previous puzzle after all this time. Alright, so it looks like... Let's see what this is. Nothing yet. This is ground tile. Obviously, I think there's some potential for bumping this up. And then let's see what this is all about. Okay, it looks like this is the activation box for the mole. Very similar to the crawl space level from Saku back in 4YMM, I think, which kind of used boxes as mole indicators in this massive puzzle maze. So we know that that's going to pop the mole up here, but we're going to get out here first. Eventually we'll have to come back, and maybe something here is going to give me a way to bypass the mole problem. So, okay, here we are in the meat of the actual puzzle. A couple of stump setups here with the bombs. And the door connections are marked. It looks like we'll eventually want to come out here, but with what state? Probably with the POW, so we basically run out. I mean, it's called more POWs, more problems. So I think the idea is that we have 2 POWs on the field. We eventually have to ride one out of here. Notice this mole in place down there as well. Possibly using the stumps as well, where we do some kind of stack. As you can see, this stack is currently about 2 tiles short of the exit, so seems like we have 2 POWs, so possibly we'll need a stump, possibly we'll need something else. I don't think that twister can be moved, as far as I can tell. Yeah, but basically this is the activation box to raise the mole. We'll see what the mole collision is like actually once it comes up, whether maybe the mole on top of the twister also proves this stack. But I think it's pretty clear that we have to build this and we have to carry a POW out of here back to the main space. These doors may give you resets. Let's just... Yeah, you can basically see how things are set up over here. I think the door placement isn't going to affect anything as far as I can tell. Yeah, because you still have the POW over here, you still have the mole box over here. I am actually going to try this out. Let's try to do this stack. And yeah, it does lift it quite a bit higher, in fact. We're still 1 tile short. We know that firing a POW is going to kill the muncher and lower the other POW, and that's good because the POWs will respawn anyway, so I think it's likely going to be the case. Well, we need 2 POWs basically. We need 1 POW to stand on. We need 1 POW to take one with us. We use that to lower this POW. So our goal right now is to try to grab the POW in the top left. And we can do that because well, we don't want to do that, hang on. What I wanted to do was, yeah, because mole is on the stump here, the mole is remaining alive, but also notice that this stump here has blocked me off. But if we are able to grab 1 POW, we can spend 1 POW to grab the top left POW. And we can respawn through here to respawn the first POW. So let's try to kind of assign them a numerical order. We'll call this one POW 1. We'll call the top left one POW 2. We'll call the top middle one POW 3, because I expect that's going to be the order, given that there's a 2 POW requirement in order to lower this muncher and grab that POW accordingly. So what we want to do is we want to make it over to POW 2. And possibly we'll need to do some kind of push with it. Let's get over here. Yeah, pretty clear. Well, no, we can't do that because of the stump. I didn't think about the stump. We need to get rid of that mole or prevent the mole box being a problem. No, we don't want to start over. Let's just reset. One alternative thing we can do too is use this as reset even... Well, actually, let me think about this. Yeah, I don't know how quickly we can drop through this. Yeah, that's not going to work. But possibly, if we drop... No. We drop the POW first to block the mole spawn. That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. We take POW 1. We toggle the on-off switch, drop it on the belt, then we drop the POW in position and we use it as a blocking piece. Then we don't have to activate it. It blocks the mole. We come up here. If we grab this POW, we can take it around... No, the stump's going to crush me here. It's not going to push. However, we can kill it that way. And we respawn. then we take POW 1 and 2 through. I don't think the order necessarily matters, but we'll... No, it doesn't matter because we're going to lose both POWs anyway on our way in. Okay, great. Okay, so now we have access to POW 3. And then we have access to the other two, but we'll need to do some kind of reset with it. So wait, let's put POW 3 aside for just a moment. And then we'll do the same sequence that we did earlier. And expend POW 1. I'm going to actually put POW 3 on top of the mole just for the time being. Just to avoid complications with the first on-off switch here. Because it is going to affect the mole on the right. Yeah, because as soon as you toggle this off, that mole still remains on Twister, so that's fine. Block this. Here's the problem, is that we are still down by a POW. Which tells me, in POW 2 and POW 3, we need to figure out which one to take with us. Yeah, because the problem right now is that we are basically missing one POW. However, no, we didn't need to do that, actually. We just needed to take one POW and hit the mole this way to grab this. So yeah, we'll reset with POW 3, because it makes sense for POW 3 to be the one available since we obtained it last. Yeah, we can just jump up. Pop this guy. We have access to all 3 POWs, that's done. Depending on how many surprises we're dealing with. Oh no, we still need to run up there, so give me a moment. Let's bring the other POW down first. At this point, the order doesn't particularly matter, we're just taking one POW through to the other side anyhow, I think. And yeah, we'll be using the POW under the blaster for some kind of bonus. No, we need to release the mole first to give ourselves an additional tile of height. I don't remember if the on-off state affects anything in the first room. I don't think it does. And we'll lift this up. Does it give me another POW? That's okay, we can still kill the mole with the POW if we just hit it from below, so we are not sunk. As long as we don't accidentally enter the pipe, that would have been a bad idea, so 2 1-ups for Endless, I suppose. And we'll touch that. Okay. Oh, let's do another one. That was quick. Nice and simple. Nice to solve something quickly after that previous ordeal. Okay, antique hunt in an overgrown hut. Abandoned yet refined, so... Yeah, another rescue from an early design, I think. Symbiotic growth combined with relics left behind. I don't recognize it though, so I don't think would have played this in an earlier form or anything. This was from quite a while ago too, January. Yeah, Bonafide Pirate, that's why I like to end with these. It's funny because the last time I ran a puzzle stream back in May, I thought, okay, let's end with a simple Grukowski level because we've had a really bad day for puzzle solutions today. Here's the goal of Buzzy Mario. Okay, just checking. These will all reset. And then what happened was that I ended up playing a Zelda level of his that I also didn't finish because A, I was tired, and B, I was just missing something very specific. We don't want to see hints. I did not parse that. And then I went back to that last month, I think, and solved it pretty easily. Like it was clear that it was just missing one particular idea that I was just much too tired to see. Because usually I finish these decently quickly. They're designed to, you know, be conceptually pretty gentle usually. But still very, very satisfying. It's just that, you know, they're a little more focused in a lot of puzzles you'll see. Okay, so what were you even doing here while I was talking? Okay, so we need to reach the goal as Buzzy Mario, which means we need to get up here and grab the Buzzy shell. Which means that we need to kill the Muncher without killing the Buzzy. It does mean potentially that... Well, let's take a look here. Are these just reset doors? Yeah, and they match on either side. But if you are on the other side, then the spike ball gets going. Because you're standing to the right of the blaster. Now, the icicle here, I feel like we can break it with the mushroom. And that using the blaster to hit the question blocks is likely the way that we're doing this then. Because I'm thinking... Oh, and we get Fire Flower too, so that's progressive. Alright. That's fine. I accept the Fire Flower is on top of the P block. That's not useful to me right now. It just prevents me from getting additional mushrooms. So we can't just do, you know, mushroom spam. That drops, but we needed to drop it on top of a POW. So it would hit this. This would raise to P. If it raises to P, what does that do? Yeah, we basically need to do a whole bunch of object swapping, so... Okay, so we need to sneak under here. Without hitting the POW. Oh, no, we hit the POW. Okay, hang on. Just trying not to hit the POW. Basically, I think we need to have a POW activation that happens while... Whoops, no, let's not look at this. Didn't see it. We need to have a POW activation that occurs while the Buzzy is in the air. POWs respawn from this pipe, which is good. Let's place it out of the way so we don't run into it. Let's just let the mushroom slide over and have a much easier time. So we're going to place the POW down this way. Then we break this guy. And that's going to provide a P. I don't see what that does. However, I think we needed to be on the right side for that, basically, except... Yeah, because if we are on the right side for this, we use the POW, we get rid of the Muncher, this fires to the left, and then as it fires to the left, we're able to then pick up the P on that side. Now, let's just reset this, first of all. However, in order to do that, we need this to fall onto the POW while we're on the right side. Okay. Yeah, actually that's potentially a problem. However, we can... I mean, we have a little bit of a delay, I think, before we... really... oh, not much of a delay. However, the P should overlap in such a way that we're able to step on it. Now, why does the P switch under the power-up matter? Because it allows me to get rid of a flower so I can spawn more mushrooms. So long as the flower is out there untouched, the mushrooms will not come. That doesn't help me here, though. I think I have to be small coming into the left side, maybe. Let's take a look. I feel like the slopes actually are going to matter quite a bit here. And in fact, that the slope might be able to get me under the POW without being crushed. And we should try that. Because the slope side would kick the POW would kick the blaster, I should be able to sneak under without a crush death. Yeah, that's what these slopes should be for. So we'll break the icicle on top of the POW. And we'll slide through it. Let's try to position this a little better. However, we deflected the POW on the other side. That's not good. We did not want that. Let's try it again. Yeah, the POW wasn't in a very good position that time. Let's... do this again. And we'll... see. Oh, nope, we don't want to grab it like that either. It's too far to the left this time. We want it to be slightly to the right, and we don't want to stay too long under it so we don't bounce it in the wrong place. Okay, so... yeah, otherwise we do risk the crush death. Of course, if we slide to the other side, as long as the POW is accessible, we can always hit it from underneath, and hitting it from underneath would do the job that we want, which is killing the Muncher. So as long as we get underneath, it's fine. We don't need to grab the POW necessarily, as long as we can hit the POW, which in this position we can't do, because it's been deflected too far to the left. So we need to avoid that deflection to the left, and then we are in good shape. It's a little tricky to set up, but as long as it's well aligned, I think it's probably fine. We just need to... whoop, nope. That didn't work. No, we can just reset this quickly. Yeah, it's definitely done with the slide, and we grab the P-switch and get it out of there. And then using the P-switch, we can build another stack using the POW. And by stacking objects a little bit differently, we would then, I think, be able to deflect the spring on the right side. Okay, let's drop this. And then we're still not able to grab that. I know I should be able to. We previously had an attempt that did have the POW properly placed, such that it would be accessible, but it is not this attempt, so... I kind of wonder if I should slide right to left, perhaps, because of the way the wall is placed, instead of sliding left to right. No, we need to be on the right side. We need to be on the right side because we need to access to P after we release it. So we do need to go left to right. Maybe we... come on. Slide it a little ways over. Not yet. I want to slide right now. We want to also not get crushed. Nope. Yeah, we need to figure out how to position this a little more consistently so that we don't get that leftward deflection. It's somewhat tricky to avoid. If it's slightly over like that, I wonder if that'll work. Nope. Nope. Nope, because you just wind up grabbing it. Yeah, the sliding distance is a little hard to see. But we'll eventually set it up. It's a little bit fuzzy. We'll try to make it work. Nope. Again, with the grab, that's because we're getting out of a slide too soon. We need to remain in a sliding state, basically. But if we're remaining in a sliding state too long, then we start bumping the object to the left, which is not what we want. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, let's break this. Then ground pound actually works out quite well. It gives you lots of sliding, basically. Anyway, we need to do this at this point. And grab. Now we have 2 objects available. And we'll also be able to spawn a mushroom again. Presumably we need to do some kind of left to right stack this time. So we can get the extra tile going. It does mean... I don't remember if the east row under the POW actually lists POW. I think it does, but... Actually, yeah, let's grab the mushroom first. No, we still do the left to right slide, because after we do the left to right slide, then it'll still fire correctly to the right side. We'll put a P down here first. Now down here second. Then ground pound it. Erase that, good. Now, we need a POW activation, followed by this bouncing the whole stack upward. Can we actually do it now? I don't think we can. I don't think so. Although maybe we can ground pound. Not while holding it though. That's okay, we'll spawn in again. I think we don't need the whole stack to make this work, so... What we do need is to get rid of the muncher. I can see a problem with this already. If we get rid of the muncher, then it kills the Buzzy Shell, and it doesn't actually give us access to it. But we'll grab the mushroom here so we can take damage. Well, let's figure this out. So, if we kill the muncher, it also kills the Buzzy. Then a spike ball rolls to the left. Then what? Let's think about this. Well, we just need to see the interaction, I think. And see how it's going to go. Because I think... Actually, what if we just POW like that? Problem is that's not going to fire anywhere that we need. So the muncher is in the way, but then how do we I mean, I think we need at least one attempt where it hits the block. We don't know what's actually under the block on the top left, although I assume it's a vine block like everything else. But I'm wondering, it might be a POW proximity thing, where if we can do a remote activation of the POW using Spike Ball, let's say, on the right side, because it's not going to be a player activation, I think. Maybe the POW being placed here. Kill the Muncher, but not the shell. That needs to be tested before we can say that conclusively. I am not sure. We have to see it. Find out. Okay. Sneak over here. Oh, no. Hang on. That was not what I wanted to do. Let's continue progress here. Yeah, so what I'm trying to set up is the POW interaction that only does the POW explosion within a limited range, which is what happens sometimes when the POW is activated indirectly. We need to grab the POW from underneath while small, I think. Because while small, that means we need to hit the icicle, that means we're going to drop it on top of the spring. Let's see. Possibly also, we just place it here. And then we're... oh yeah, we can just place it that way. Okay, that's good. Let's see if this actually works. Yes, that works. It is absolutely a proximity mechanic. And then we can just grab it, actually. As long as we place an object underneath so we can... yeah, as long as we place an object underneath. Then we can get to the other side. Got the gate open. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, we still need to raise this. Yeah, no, that was the issue, is that after we get rid of the Muncher, we still need to raise this by 1 using the spring, which we forgot to use. And then that raises the Buzzy Shell by 1 slot. That's okay, we're just missing 1 step, actually. We don't really have time to correct it, but... or do we? Yeah, and then... 33 seconds. Yeah, we just need to... get rid of this. 21 seconds, we're not gonna make it, but... well, we can try. But too many execution errors just to be feasible, I think. Particularly if we want to go for the bonus hut. Yeah. That's okay, we got a solution, we just need to redo it. I assumed that the hint room, although we didn't really look at it, was probably telling people about the POW proximity mechanic if they didn't know it already. Because that's very much a knowledge check. But it's such a popular puzzle mechanic nowadays. You know, it's one of those things that puzzle people know and other people don't, I suppose. Okay, let's do this. But yeah, I've seen it in so many puzzles over the past year or so. The limited range power activation. It's all over the place. Okay, so we can do that, grab the P. Then we start trading up from there. Okay. That's going to be... Oh, we do need a mushroom. Hang on. Yeah, we just cycle through it. Pretty simple. Oh, and we have to, of course, blow up the icicle. First, no, not like that. It's okay, we've got more of these, and we just need a spring. We don't need the shell this round. Okay, let's go. Grab that. Load. And once again, we will have shroom. But first, we're going to have the POW explosion. We can sneak over and grab this without activating it. Oh yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it's something like a 20 tile range, I think. For that, it's not quite full screen. Then we activate the block on the left side. And then we lower the whole stack. Yeah, we'll drop the spring on the left side because we'll take it on the way out to grab the bonus house. Yeah, much easier to execute with a ground pound than any kind of regular manual slide. And let's get out. Okay, here we go. That's a clear.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, actually, let's take a look at the hint room now that we are in a position to appreciate it. So that's probably telling you what the power range is if it doesn't take out the muncher that's furthest left. Yeah, it's not even 20 tiles, actually. It's more like a dozen or so. We should actually look at this precisely just to count. Yeah, it's like 13 range. Okay, well, now we know. Precisely. I mean, we had cleared this. Okay. Yeah, I think we will probably call it for today. And we'll try to do another puzzle stream soon enough because, as we were discussing earlier, there is that snow level by Sir Schleck that Red Knight was recommending, which I had on my list anyway, so I was hoping to get through some of those today, but we took entirely too long with one of the puzzles. So sometimes that's just the kind of puzzle stream we'll have, and we still got a decent number of solutions in the end, thanks to speeding through the last two as a bit of a closer. So that'll be all for today. We will try to get more puzzle streams in, and we will probably be doing viewer levels tomorrow. That's our typical slot for it. One thing to be aware of is that this weekend is also the launch of the anniversary event, 8MMC, 8th Mario Maker Celebration. It's structured a little differently in previous years, which is why it's launching with, less fanfare and deep in December instead of in the typical September slot. But it's still going to be a lot of good content by a lot of makers who are friends of the stream and more. And we will be covering it in some capacity when it launches this week. Tomorrow will probably still be viewer levels now. We'll see how things go. In terms of scheduling and planning, all of you folks, as always, are welcome to follow along with the Discord, which is where I do try to map things out before I get it on the broadcast. And that's all for today, so we are going to send you folks on to somewhere else for the time being. Thanks so much for watching. Thank you especially if you managed to endure that ordeal that was the puzzle that took up most of this stream. But we got it. We got it our own way. It will probably be re-uploaded or something with a fix for our solution once the maker, Itchy Knee, has had a chance to see that the vulnerability still exists. But for now, we're sending you on a raid. So thank you for joining me. See you at our next destination, wherever it may be. And until we meet again, have a wonderful time ahead of you, and as always, fare thee well.